obligation. He took the oath to put veterans before Elon Musk, to put veterans before savings to finance tax cuts for the billionaires, to put veterans first, always. And that's the reason that I have introduced a measure called Putting Veterans First, that would reverse all the firings from the VA. It would reverse all the firing of veterans from the federal workforce. It would provide rights of appeal, the right to an individualized performance rating before someone is fired, not the videos or the mass firing that have been used. And it would protect the privacy of veterans in the VA system from the rummaging and monetizing, potentially, of veterans' data and information, the most sensitive, confidential information about them in those files of the VA. I'm joined in this criticism of the VA not only by many of my colleagues, but by leaders of the veterans community, the VSOs who have come before our committee and have told us about their concern. I quoted earlier the national commander of the VFW, Al Lippert. I want to quote him again. Quote, "I was wounded in combat during the Vietnam War. I am thankful that the medics who treated me chose not to take my whole arm for the sake of efficiency. It took a trained eye, a skillful hand, and human intuition to fix me up and get me back in the fight. In my experience, those operating with a scalpel have a better chance of saving limbs than those who operate with a chainsaw." Unfortunately, it appears humans have been taken out of what is a human capital issue. It has been reported to us from veterans who have lost their jobs that the emails they received letting them go were disjointed, inconsistent across the board. This leads us to believe they were automated with little or no oversight or thought. When it comes to complex problems, we rely on humans to make the right choices at the right time. We should never leave the hard decisions that impact people's lives and livelihoods to an algorithm or an email distribution system. And he goes on later. Honor the contract the government made with those who have already served and sacrificed so much for America and their fellow Americans. It is time to it is time to apply pressure and stop the bleeding. Stop the bleeding. That's what the VFW National Commander has asked us to do. Respect human beings. Not only the humans who are affected, but make them in a human way when decisions put them and their futures at risk. Stop the bleeding when it comes to the benefits under the PAC Act. We know in 2023, the VA delivered more disability compensation benefits to more veterans than ever before. The VA delivered $163 billion in earned benefits, including $150 billion in compensation and benefits to over 6 million veterans and survivors. The VA processed almost 2 million veteran and survivor claims. The rate of processing and the time required has gone up since then. The numbers served have gone down. Real life consequences with impacts on real human beings in real time. I am hopeful that this cause will be bipartisan. Our Veterans Affairs Committee has always been among the most bipartisan. The work they've done and the collegiality that have been inspired. I'm hopeful that Republicans will join this fight. I hope we can work together as we have in the past. But it will require standing up to Elon Musk. It will require Doug Collins to say no to the Musk Doge tech bros who are trying to eliminate waste by laying waste to the whole VA. It will require using a scalpel, as Al Lippert said, not sawing off the limb, but taking the shrapnel out of the wound, eliminating waste in a targeted and calculated, calibrated way that involves keeping the limb, the programs, and eliminating the waste. It's there. It is in every big organization. We know, private sector or public. But it requires care, not cruelty. And that is, at the end of the day, in a sense, what most troubles me about these Musk-Trump cuts. They are cruel. They are needlessly mean, dumb, malevolent. Trying to eliminate waste with a chainsaw has that effect. And I ask my Republican colleagues to join me in saying no more business as usual if it means using a chainsaw on the VA, if it means punitively putting our nation's heroes at risk. I'll be offering an amendment to the budget resolution later today that will seek to safeguard veterans' access to care by ensuring that the Veterans Health Administration is adequately staffed and funded. We owe our veterans no less, a lot more, but no less than making sure we provide the resources and the staff to assure they continue to have gold standard care in the hospitals they visit, in the clinics that they populate, in the claims that they make under the PAC Act. All have been bipartisan in the past. I urge my colleagues on the Republican side to join me in this effort. My amendment will reaffirm our nation's commitment to veterans. Their lives are on the line. And I deeply hope my colleagues, regardless of whether your state is red or blue, it certainly makes no difference to veterans. And party is of no consequence to them when they need care and benefits. It ought to be of no consequence to us in making sure we keep our commitments to our nation's heroes. Put veterans first. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President.
Senator from Michigan.
The threats to the VA administration and to our veterans, all in the name of finding $6 trillion, in the couch cushions for President Trump's tax plan. I come to this very openly because of my background. I'm a former CIA officer and Pentagon official. I did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. I spent my entire professional life before coming to elected office serving in sort of jobs that had me working in an hourly basis with the military. I served in the House and served on the Veterans Affairs Committee there and served on the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee. And what I'm concerned about right now is that in this rush to cut everything for the sake of cutting, we're going to affect the very people that should be treated as nonpartisan, right? It shouldn't be a partisan issue to serve our veterans who have risked their lives, put themselves in danger, and come home with the express understanding that their nation owed them a debt. What we've seen so far is deeply disturbing, right? Secretary Collins, who's someone I served with in the House of Representatives, has already cut 2,400 employees from the VA. And now, look, everyone has the opportunity to go after waste, fraud, and abuse. I served in places like the Pentagon. If you would have come to me and said you need to cut 10% of your workforce, I could have come up with a plan that was targeted and thoughtful, but that cut out missions and organizations that probably didn't need to be there anymore. But that's not what this was. He can't say with a credible, straight face that those 2,400 people all were people that made sense, that weren't important to the mission of helping veterans. And we know that because people who were fired on a Friday were rehired on a Monday. And now we're facing the prospect of 70 to 80,000 additional people from the VA being cut across the country. That is the kind of cut that no mission to veterans can survive. And the VA is in a different position than a lot of our government agencies. The VA, unlike a lot of our government offices, just went through a moment where they're taking on more veterans for care. Just a couple of years ago, this body, on a bipartisan basis, Democrats and Republicans, voted on something called the PACT Act, which expanded coverage at the VA for our 9/11 era veterans, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Somalia. Anywhere we burned trash in a combat zone where people were inhaling that trash, we said, look, that experience is showing up with more cancers, more unusual cancers. We should give our 9/11 era veterans the benefit of the doubt of that care and not make them wait 40 years the way we did with the Vietnam veterans and Agent Orange. So this body voted on that, and we are going through a significant expansion of care to veterans because of that. Younger veterans, veterans with different needs, veterans who have PTSD and head trauma, in addition to all the other things we know that they suffer, injuries seen and unseen. So when you start talking about cutting 70 to 80,000 people out of the VA, there is no way that you do that without cutting services. And here's the thing. I held a veterans town hall a couple of weeks ago in my home state. This is not a partisan event, right? These are people who are the heads of veteran service organizations. They do outreach to veterans. They're almost all veterans themselves. 95% of them are veterans themselves. And what they said was, look, we see that they're cutting people, for instance, who answer phones. And that may not seem like it's direct medical care to our veterans, but if a veteran has to file a claim to get a surgery, and instead of waiting a month to get approval, they have to wait 18 months to get approval, that is damaging veteran access to care. So it's not just what doctors are doing in the workplace, and we know that some healthcare professionals in our hospitals have been cut. It is also the wraparound services that our veterans get. So Secretary Collins was in Michigan, in Howell, Michigan, right in the center of my state, just in the past 10 days. That is a place, a county that has a tremendous number of veterans and a tremendous number of veteran service organizations. Just a really incredible county for supporting our veterans. And he was asked the direct question, like, okay, hey, you fired 2,400 people, but what about this leaked memo we heard about firing 70 to 80,000 people? Where do you stand on that? That can't be right. And he doubled down. He said, we're not going to lose any care. In fact, we're going to improve veteran health care, but we're going to cut 70 to 80,000 people. I just don't understand how the math on that works. I don't think anyone in that room understood how the math on that works, unless this is some big move to privatize the VA, something my Republican colleagues have wanted for a very long time. And I will tell you, I feel very strongly, as someone who has served in combat zones alongside the military, that there are some things that this nation should do, not through private contractors, not through private health insurance, not through whatever, but as a mission of the government, because when you volunteer to put yourself in harm's way, you make a commitment to the nation. So we should make that commitment back to you. So we are waiting to see what happens. And unfortunately, we are seeing the veterans on the ground in our states come forward and again come back into the fray, come back into the fight, come to town halls, ask tough questions. Again, these aren't political people. These aren't elected officials. These are people saying, hey, I fought 3 tours in Iraq or in Afghanistan. And now you're telling me there's not going to be anyone answering the phone at the suicide hotline or at the claims department. We're going to cut research. We're going to cut all these things. What are you doing to my care? Answer for that. So I think that we have to be aware of what is happening, and we have to hear the voices of our veterans as they're saying these things to me. I happen to be up at the Veterans Hospital up in Iron Mountain, Michigan, the UP of Michigan, the Upper Peninsula. It serves the entire Upper Peninsula, huge swath of territory. It serves a ton in Wisconsin and even into Minnesota. It's the only VA hospital around. And when I went there, the director of the hospital is walking us around, and he's saying, like, right now we're all right. But he has no idea what's on the horizon. He can't say for sure what's on the horizon. That kind of instability, that inability to plan, he wants to open a new specialty wing so that veterans can get specialized care when they come in. Should he open it? Should he not open it? Should he move forward? He doesn't know. So it's just creating an uncertainty around our medical centers, which are in some cases the only hospital around for 400, 500, 600 miles for our veterans to access. Now, the other thing that I'm completely concerned about is access to veteran data. What we're seeing through DOGE is a bunch of 20, 22-year-olds going into these departments and agencies, going over the heads of the cabinet officials, saying, we know that you were just confirmed by the Senate, but we don't care what you think. We're coming in. We're going to take all your programs, put them through a meat grinder with artificial intelligence to sort of look at keywords and key things, and we're going to make decisions coming in over your head. And by the way, in some cases, we're going to bring in our own servers, literally carrying in servers, plunking them down in the agency, piping in all the plugs and getting all that data. We've already seen them at the Treasury get access to taxpayer data. We've already seen them through Medicare get access to healthcare information. Now I'm concerned, what are they going to do with veterans information, with active duty uniform military information, base information, spouse information? I think most Americans agree we don't want our data floating around on random servers that aren't protected from the national security threats that we know are after our data. Data is the future. Having data and huge amounts of data is absolutely essential for our foreign adversaries, for bad guys all over the world. They want that. Not to mention private sector companies, right? It's hard to miss that Mr. Musk and the Silicon Valley set that are now so close and doing the bidding of President Trump are deeply interested in that data. They can monetize that data and use that data to understand how to target you, what algorithms to use for you. So I've asked Secretary Collins and everyone else coming up here for confirmation, please affirm for me you will protect our veterans' data. They don't want it sold. They don't want it used. And I've gotten no assurances. They will not provide fitting assurances, or they provide assurances the way the Secretary of the Treasury did. Secretary Bessent came in for his confirmation hearing. He said, of course, I won't let people get access to taxpayer data. And literally that week, DOGE got access to taxpayer data. So we now have a situation where even taking the word of the Secretary of the VA is hard to do, given what's been going on in other departments and agencies. Now, I want to make one additional comment before I wrap up and turn it over to our next speakers. I just want to note that just as we see the risks to our veterans, I'm also watching significant risks to our uniformed military and that desperate desire that I hope we all have to keep them apolitical. Early this morning, we learned about the dismissal of one of our senior-most generals in our national security community, General Hawk, who was the head of the NSA and the Cyber Command. These are the people who keep us safe from cyber threats, who do our wiretaps on our adversaries abroad. These are folks who are critical in keeping us safe. As a CIA officer, I worked every single day with NSA. It was like a tag team. We would understand the intentions and goals of our adversaries, Chinese, Russians, North Koreans, Iranians, by getting that super classified information, that top secret information that only intelligence communities can pick up, and then turning that into a plan to protect the country, and then in some cases go offensive, right? just like our enemies are going against us. We have very sensitive information and operations that go against our adversaries. General Haw is deeply respected. He served in the military for more than 30 years. He's a good man of dignity and was basically fired for no reason. From what we can understand, a white nationalist walked into Donald Trump's office, a woman who is well-known conspiracy theorist. She just fingered certain people she thought should go, including 2- and 3-star generals, and the next day they're gone. And I want to say that why I've heard the general brief the Senate Armed Services Committee, the House Armed Services Committee many, many times. He's had some of our most sensitive assignments in the entire military. What concerns me is this has become a new norm. This is going to become normal. They're going to say, well, he's tainted. So we're going to take someone who served more than any of those people sitting around in the Oval Office, and we're going to kick them out. And we're going to say, we don't like the looks of you. And we're going to say that service means nothing to your country. That while we know that the military swears an oath to the Constitution, not to any one political party or any one leader, we don't believe them, right? We believe ourselves and our conspiracy theorists more than the decency and service record of a respected general. So while I apologize to him and to the other leaders in his department who are now dealing with that absence, we have a hearing next week with that leadership. I wonder if that hearing can go forward to tell us about the most pressing threats, a classified hearing. What I'm most worried about is the signal it sends for so many other uniformed officers serving their country. They signed up to serve, and they're being treated like trash. They're being treated like a piece of political trash because of conspiracy theorists that have a greater influence on this president than the men and women who serve every day. It's a shame on the heads of this president, on the Secretary of Defense for letting it happen. And I can't let a day go by without marking this space. What is the next general that's going to be fired? What is the next mission that's going to be thrown out simply because someone looked at it the wrong way? That's the moment we're in. I'm shocked that my Republican colleagues, who have always claimed themselves to be pro-defense, pro-patriot, pro-America, pro-flag, then stand up for people who served 30 years and don't let them go down in flames because you're scared of the spotlight being put on you. You're scared of that man. So many actions that are happening on the floor of the Senate these days are sheer out of fear, right? There's very few true believers. They're terrified of being primaried. They're terrified of someone turning against them. Stand up for at least the U.S. military. Every single person in this chamber has lived a good and decent life. They haven't had bombs going off. They haven't had missiles flying into our country every single day, the way war-distraught towns and cities in other countries live through. We do that on the grace of our military, and they're being treated by trash by Donald Trump, by everyone in this chamber who doesn't stand up. And while we're talking about veterans, I can't escape the notice of what's going on in our uniformed active duty military, the soon-to-be veterans. Thank you, and I yield back.
President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Madam President, I rise proud to follow my colleague from Michigan, who has, of course, served herself, and then also proud to be here with Senator Rosen of Nevada, so many veterans in Nevada. And we rise today to urge our colleagues to oppose this budget. A budget is a statement of priorities, and our priorities should be helping people who are the hardworking people of this country, and particularly those who have served our nation, not giving 2/3 of the tax cut to a bunch of wealthy people and big corporations. And that sadly is what is in front of us today. And of course, the whole situation is exacerbated by the Trump tariff tax, which amounts to $4,000 per family every year, $20,000 more on a new home, really a problem for young people, $3,000 more on a car. That's what we're dealing with right now. But our focus right at this moment is on our veterans. When our veterans signed up to serve our nation, there was no waiting line. And when they come home to the United States of America and they need a job, or they need an education, or they need to get health care, there should never be a waiting line in the United States of America. We have worked so hard from way back to the fiasco and Walter Reed after we added new veterans into our healthcare system after Afghanistan, after Iraq, to upgrade the benefits for our veterans, to upgrade the kind of services they have gotten. And for the most part, there have been some major improvements. But the VA is under attack, sadly, by the Trump administration, and in particular by Elon Musk. We need to stand up for the more than 9 million veterans who rely on the VA for care, including 106,000 veterans in my state. For weeks, I've been hearing from veterans and veteran families who sacrifice for their country. They're worried about what slashes to VA services will mean for them. I heard from a disabled Gulf War veteran living with lung cancer who is concerned that he won't be able to get the care near where he lives anymore. One woman whose husband was exposed to Agent Orange in Vietnam pleaded that our veterans answered a call to serve and protect democracy. She added, "We need to reciprocate by providing them with the service and benefits that they earned and need." I heard from the mom of a vet who served in Iraq. Her son suffers from traumatic brain injuries and also was exposed to burn pits. She said her son had received life-changing therapy through the PACT Act, something we worked so hard on a bipartisan basis to pass, but his access to that care is now at risk. Those cuts that were proposed in the House budget, over here, the funny math where you can't figure out where anything going, all of it puts this at peril. And in her words, promises were made and promises need to be kept. I was at one of our county VAs, Senator Smith and I and Congresswoman Craig were there, and we met a man who had served our country, went into the private sector, took a significant pay cut to go work in veteran services and help our veterans, was just up to his probationary period, told he was fired, and then maybe is rehired. He doesn't know because he doesn't have email access anymore. And even if he is rehired, he's not certain he wants to go back. My husband, one of his law students, spent his whole life defusing bombs. That was his work with the military. He then came back home. He went to law school. He worked really hard. And he then got hired as a lawyer at the VA, something that he could only have dreamed of in the early part of his service. He's also disabled. He works there at the VA. He's 2 weeks short of meeting his probationary period, Senator Rosen, and he gets fired. And he told my husband, who had been his professor, that he doesn't think he was going to go back if he was rehired. Why? Because no one deserves to be treated with this indignity. So we are not only seeing these funding freezes and problems, we're also seeing incredible patriots who have served our country having to leave the work at the VA. Just last month, we learned that the administration is not done. They now plan to fire more than 80,000 staff by the end of the year. That would mean firing nurses and staff who process benefits. This is not hypothetical to our veterans. It shouldn't be hypothetical to anyone in this body. We must stand up, and we must stand up to this budget. And I hope that our Republican colleagues, as they see the news from their constituents of what's happening, particularly in rural areas, with people who have worked their whole lives and now they don't even know if they're going to be able to keep their farm going because of these tariffs. The last thing you want to do is pass a budget that gives 2/3 of the benefits to the wealthy and big corporations. That's the opposite of what we should be doing right now. And we ask our colleagues to stand up to this president and finally say, enough is enough. This is not a kingdom. They are not subjects to a king. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you. Madam President, we're here today to talk about our federal budget.
Republicans are once again going to use the budget reconciliation process to pass a massive new tax cut for billionaires. Massive new tax cuts for billionaires and the ultra wealthy, paid for by cutting programs and services critical to Americans' health, like Medicaid. This is going to affect children, families, even the men and women who serve our country. And this would be on top of devastating cuts that Elon Musk and Donald Trump, well, that they're already implementing across the government. Cuts that are hurting men and women who bravely serve this country, cuts that are hurting our national security, and cuts that sadly, cruelly, are making life harder for our veterans. Now, I don't have to tell anyone here, the Department of Veterans Affairs provides essential care to the men and women who serve this nation, as well as their families, who worry about them every single day. These services are not a luxury for our veterans. They are a necessity. They are a promise that we as a nation will take care of those who are willing to risk their lives for our safety and for our freedom. And this is the very least we can do for those who sacrificed so much. But instead of working to cut down on wait times at the VA or expanding access to these critical services for our veterans, the Trump administration announced a plan to cut 80,000 employees from the agency, where 1/4 of those employees are veterans themselves, as Senator Klobuchar just alluded to. It's bad enough that those 80,000 people are out of a job through no fault of their own. But on top of that, this misguided action is only going to make those wait times longer, make them worse, and it's going to limit the agency's ability to care for and to support our veterans. And of course, we're not just talking about health care here. The VA provides services on everything from short and long-term housing options, life insurance, pensions, education stipends, and assistance for our veterans, not Democrat or Republican veterans, our veterans, the veterans who serve the United States of America. Not a red America, not a blue America, America. These are our veterans. It is our responsibility. And the VA, they play a pivotal role, and particularly plays a role in groundbreaking public health research. And this is not the first time that Trump and Musk are attacking the government agency that our veterans depend on. I can't even believe I'm saying this, but they've gone after the Veterans Assistance Hotline and the Veterans Crisis Line. The Veterans Crisis Line. This line provides veterans with life-saving mental health support and support for navigating the complexities of getting the care they need. Can you imagine? And these cuts, they are just not numbers on a page, Madam President. These are real people, employees who work tirelessly to make sure that our veterans have someone to talk to in their deepest, darkest moments. Many of these employees, veterans themselves. I've had veterans come to my office in tears who are there helping younger veterans who come back to save them from the brink of suicide. And they cry to me, please don't cut these services. We have to help each other. These hotlines save lives every day. That's what my veteran services folks are telling me. It's what I know, and it's what we all know. And firing these staff members, it means fewer people answering the phone when a veteran's in need. We don't know what hour of the day that will be. It's going to be fewer people to help guide them through the system. It's going to be fewer people ensuring that they receive the benefits that they have earned through their service. Veterans, well, they already face long wait times for medical appointments and overwhelmed VA staff in a system that is already stretched far too thin to meet the demand. And now these layoffs are going to only exacerbate the problem. It's just not unconscionable. Frankly, it's just plain cruel. And I, for one, and I hope everyone here, I know everyone in Nevada believes that our veterans deserve respect and deserve so much better. So you don't have to take it from me. Veterans in my state of Nevada, they're paying attention. They've been reaching out to my office every single day to push back on these reckless actions. In fact, I'm going to read a letter I got from a veteran in Reno. A veteran wrote to me, and I was going to quote their letter. I'm a Nevada veteran, raised in Reno. I joined the Marine Corps after high school and served honorably, and then returned home to begin my studies at the University of Nevada, Reno. Veterans have fought for their fellow countrymen and women due to their selflessness and sense of responsibility to protect our communities. Senator, I'm asking you to return the favor and protect our veterans from President Trump's attack on the PACT Act and his cutting of VA jobs, end quote. It's just one of the letters I recently received. Another veteran from Las Vegas wrote to me, and again, I'm going to quote their words. Starts like this. I, as a veteran, am concerned with the continued attacks on the Department of Veterans Affairs. I'm currently awaiting a benefits claim for a condition that the Army claims to have caused, as well as receiving treatment only through the VA. I served 2 tours in the Army as a combat medic, and I'm entitled to my benefits. These attacks delay care and create undue anxiety, both regarding my health and my finances. I implore you to fight with everything you can. End quote. This is from a combat medic imploring me to do everything I can. So the idea that cutting jobs at the VA for the sake of government efficiency is nothing more than a smokescreen. This isn't wasteful spending. This is not wasteful spending. I can't say that often enough. Taking care of our veterans, it is not a waste. Serving our veterans, it is not a waste. Our veterans are not a waste. And this isn't wasteful spending. People who work at the VA, they serve our country and they serve those who have served our country, and they are proud of it. They provide services that help our veterans access critical health care and the benefits they rely on. And by failing to protect that, we are failing our veterans, plain and simple, and it doesn't end there. Congressional Republicans are following suit, and they're proposing cuts to other critical programs like Medicaid and SNAP, both of which millions of veterans rely on to pay for more of their tax breaks for billionaires. So they're going to cut Medicaid, cut SNAP, cut the VA. Why? Oh, because billionaires, the people who need it most, the people who need it least, are going to take it from the people who need it most. I'm going to say that again. They're cutting benefits for people who need it the most to give it to billionaires who need it the least. They don't need any more money. They have plenty. And you know, more than 1 million veterans live in a household that participate in SNAP, that food assistance program. 10% of veterans under the age of 65, well, they're covered by Medicaid. So make no mistake, cuts to SNAP, cuts to Medicaid, just like cuts to the VA, they're going to hurt our veterans and their families. So we cannot allow these cuts to go through without understanding their devastating consequences. The men and women who served our nation deserve better. We've promised them better. Now, veterans aren't the only ones being impacted by these devastating cuts from Elon Musk and the Trump administration. Every single one of us, all of us, are being put at risk. The very safety of our nation is threatened by the cuts this administration is making. We've heard time and time again from those in Congress who prioritize a very strong national defense that we have to protect our military. And of course, I'm right here with them. Of course, we need to make sure our military has the funding and the resources to protect itself, protect our freedoms, make sure Americans are safe around the world. But you know, our security as a nation isn't just protected with our military might. Defense is just one of the 3 legs of a stool of which our national security stands upon. Without diplomacy and development, our defense is weakened. The 3-legged stool: defense, diplomacy, and development. And yet the Trump administration has gutted USAID. And even the current Republican agenda has proposed even more cuts that would reduce our global leadership, leaving us with a national security strategy that is dangerously out of balance. For decades, USAID has been the cornerstone of our foreign policy. The agency's work to help prevent conflicts, respond to global pandemics, promote democracy, and strengthen the economies of our partners, which all of that, in turn, strengthens us and creates new opportunities for us. And it does all of this for less than 1% of the federal budget. Despite this, the Trump administration and Elon Musk have cut efforts to vaccinate populations against infectious diseases and to trace outbreaks. Well, you know what? This leaves Americans abroad and at home at high risk. They've cut programs that foster stability in the areas that are on the brink of war. And they've cut programs on which our partners and allies depend on. And now that we've stepped away from our leadership role around the world, we're seeing those who do not share our values, China and Russia. Well, when we leave, who rushes in to fill the gaps? They do. Make no mistake, China and Russia are there to fill the gaps. And I ask this question: how does any of this make us safer? We cannot afford to ignore the importance of diplomacy and development in our national security strategy. To do so would be to ignore the lessons of history, which tell us that investing in peace and stability abroad is just as crucial as investing in our military at home. Unfortunately, the Trump administration has not only gutted USAID, it has also cut funding to the State Department for support for counterterrorism, counter-narcotics, cybersecurity, anti-trafficking, and so much more. These programs are not wasteful spending. They are investments in our national security, in the health of our citizens, in the safety of the world. These efforts help us build a safer, stronger, and more prosperous future for the United States. And they must be prioritized alongside defense, or make no mistake, we will all pay the price. At a time when global instability is on the rise, it is critical that we take a comprehensive approach to security. Our military men and women, they are indispensable. And so are the diplomats and aid workers who help build the conditions for lasting peace and prosperity around the world. The stakes are incredibly high. By attempting to eliminate entire agencies like USAID or slashing national security programs at the State Department, the Trump administration is undermining our long-term security. By slashing funding for the VA and cutting jobs that support our veterans, cutting the Veterans Crisis Hotline, the administration, it is turning its back on those who have already sacrificed so much for this country. And this isn't just a matter of dollars and cents. This is about our values, about who we are as a people, about what we stand for, what we respect, who we honor, who we care for, and how we stand up for each other. It's about ensuring that the men and women who served in this country and those who protect our national interests around the world have the support, respect, and what they need to succeed. It protects each and every one of us. We can't afford to let these cuts go through. And I urge my colleagues to stand with our veterans and their families, our military and their families, and our global security partners. Let's protect the people who protect us. Let's invest in diplomacy and development efforts that keep us safe. Let's ensure that the men and women who have proudly served this nation get the care and respect that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank my colleague from Nevada and agree with her comments about how we need to not just pay lip service to our veterans, or the fact that for 70 years, America has used soft power through organizations like USAID in ways that have been incredibly important and has kept our country and the world safer. And I thank you for those comments. And frankly, the others who've been on the floor, who've been talking about, I think, unfortunately, the myriad ways the Trump administration is undermining our security and quite honestly, making Americans less safe. Now, as Vice Chairman of the Intelligence Committee, I have some additional thoughts to add about the way this administration is endangering our national security with its reckless, sloppy mishandling of classified information, by firing people who keep our country safe, and by abandoning and alienating the very allies whose support is crucial for our security, prosperity, and global influence. Now, Mr. President, let me not go way back in time. Let's just look at what we've learned in just the last 24 hours. Yesterday, we learned that President Trump apparently had a meeting in the Oval Office with a self-described pro-white nationalist, proud Islamophobe, and conspiracy theorist who was called 9/11 an inside job carried out by the United States government. Presiding officers from Pennsylvania, where many of the victims of 9/11 took brave actions, and then when Flight 93 crashed. Many of the victims of 9/11 were in my state as well when the Pentagon got attacked. So the idea that someone and that any administration would let anyone with these kind of views, and it's not just 9/11 was an inside job, she questioned Governor DeSantis' wife's breast cancer, if anyone would let that kind of individual within 100 yards of any White House in the past, we would have all said, this is beyond belief. But according to press reports, the president is actually taking staffing advice from a person whose rhetoric is steeped in hate, misinformation, and dangerous conspiracy theories. First, yesterday we learned that the president dismissed several members of his National Security Council staff because this person who's so far out that even the MAGA crowd thinks she's extreme, Laura Loomer, told him to do so. Some of these staff are actually well known to Republican senators because they work for them. So I implore my colleagues to just judge for themselves whether they think it's good for our national security to have these staff members thrown out of the building at the behest of a podcast host who, as I said, has actually accused First Lady Casey DeSantis in Florida of exaggerating her struggles with breast cancer. The same individual claimed that school shootings are staged and suggested that the deep state used an atmospheric research facility in Alaska to create a snowstorm over Iowa. This is wacky even for MAGA world, yet this individual is in the White House giving staffing advice to the president, and it appears the president's acting on that advice. And if that wasn't bad enough, and this is again the last 24 hours, the Senate Intelligence Committee received notification that in the middle of the night, the president has fired the director and deputy director of the National Security Agency. General Timothy Hawk and Wendy Noble are career officials who spent decades working to protect our country, serving under both Republican and Democratic administrations alike. Wendy Noble joined the National Security Agency in 1987, working her way up to become the top civilian leader of the NSA. And throughout his distinguished career of more than 30 years in the armed forces, General Hawk has amplified the very best of military service: dedication, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to our country. Again, this morning we learned that these firings too were done at Loomer's behest. An unprecedented politicization of our intelligence community. I ask my Republican colleagues, how much longer will this go on before you find the courage to speak up and say enough? How much longer will we permit this administration to politicize, attack, and hollow out our intelligence agencies? If we go back to the beginning of the administration, I guess we maybe shouldn't be surprised, because one of President Trump's first acts in office was to fire some of the most experienced agents at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, including top leaders in counterintelligence, cybersecurity, and counterterrorism. Now, in a move that was even hypocrisy by modern political standards, a few weeks ago, in his joint address to Congress, President Trump boasted about the recent capture of the architect of the 2021 Abbey Gate bombing at Kabul airport, in which 13 American service members were killed. This welcome achievement was the result of extensive investigative and intelligence work. But when President Trump was boasting about this, he made no mention of the fact that just a few days earlier, he had literally fired the FBI leader responsible for overseeing that investigation. I ask anyone who's listening, how is America made more secure by that? How is America made more secure by firing the staff responsible for overseeing the safety and security of our country's nuclear stockpile? How is America made safer by firing the people responsible for responding to cyber attacks like Salt Typhoon, where the Chinese have literally infiltrated all of our telecom networks? How are we made safer by firing the researchers and scientists responsible for preventing diseases like Ebola from reaching our stores? Now, this is in addition to firing hundreds of intelligence officers who have received specialized training, been subjected to extensive security vetting, and I might add considerable expense to the taxpayer, so they can actually carry out some of the nation's most sensitive, classified work, often in spite of great personal danger, as the 140 stars carved into the CIA's memorial wall attest. Can anybody tell me how firing probationary officers without cause and apparently without regard for merit or accomplishment, recognizing that in virtually every one of these cases, the taxpayers spent literally hundreds of thousands of dollars getting them security clearance and then putting them through training, how is that making us safer? Or for that matter, making us more efficient use of taxpayer dollars? I believe this administration just simply doesn't take protecting our national security very seriously. How else to explain their sloppy, reckless behavior with classified information? It's been more than 10 days since we first learned that President Trump's top advisors were using an unclassified commercial messaging app to discuss details of a planned military strike while U.S. pilots were flying into enemy air defenses. And the remarkable thing is, it's been 10 days. No one has been held accountable. And I can assure you, men and women flying those planes were in danger if that information had been disclosed. One thing I know, and I saw this last weekend when I was down in Virginia Beach and Chesapeake, Virginia. That region is called Hampton Roads, and it is where the Norfolk Naval Station is. It is where the USS Truman, the aircraft carrier which the planes launched from to attack the Houthis, is home ported. Folks in that community knew, and they let me hear it. They knew that their friends and loved ones' lives had been put in danger because of the sloppy, careless treatment of this classified information. They also knew very well, if any rank and file enlisted military or intelligence officer had so carelessly jeopardized our national security, they would have lost their security clearance and their jobs, no questions asked. The remarkable kind of irony and hypocrisy here is a nearly identical event involving a Homeland Security employee who accidentally included a journalist in an email chain with even less sensitive information resulted in that employee being punished immediately. So level employee, the rules apply to the Secretary of Defense, the Director of National Intelligence, the National Security Advisor. They bear no responsibility. No one has been held accountable. Not Waltz, who initiated the group chat. And as we've now come to find, this one signal chat was not the one-off. It was a series of at least 20 of these chats, which we don't have full background on. Not Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who gambled with the lives of our fighter pilots by sharing the details of weapons, targets, and timing nearly 3 hours before military operations were scheduled to begin. Sure as heck not Tulsi Gabbard, who is Director of the National Intelligence, is charged with keeping our nation's secrets safe from our adversaries, but appears to have boldly lied about this incident before my committee. But what is so frustrating is that this is just part of a pattern for this administration, which during its first few weeks in office exposed the name of CIA officers over an unclassed email. Those men and women can't serve abroad anymore. The same group, driven by the Doge Bros, who publicized the classified headcount and budget of a U.S. intelligence agency and posted online the location of a classified government facility. We spend a lot of money trying to keep certain things secret, and yet they post this as suddenly or supposedly a property up for sale. All of this sloppiness is deeply damaging, not only to the morale of the men and women who serve in the military and the intelligence community, but it is deeply damaging to the intelligence sharing relationships upon which our security depends. The intelligence we gather to keep America safe is frequently contingent on friends who tip us off or who have access to sources that we lack. Israel, one of the best sources of intelligence in the Middle East, is, according to public reports, furious that the Signalgate breach exposed a sensitive intelligence source on the ground in Yemen. I gotta tell you, there's nothing that requires Israel, or for that matter, any of our allies, to share this kind of intelligence with the United States. These are relationships that depend on mutual trust. And the truth is, other countries, and I already started here, may now be reluctant to share information knowing that the Trump administration can't be relied on to protect sensitive sources and methods. And whether it's the president's bellicose threats to annex Greenland, the trade war that he's launched that's melting down the market and robbing people of their retirement funds, or this sloppy, reckless mishandling of America's classified information, the one thing that's true, without a doubt, is that America's credibility around the world is being severely endangered. Already, long-standing allies like Canada, Australia, and Portugal have said they are reconsidering buying American-made F-35 fighters because they no longer feel they can count on the United States, or for that matter, American businesses, to stand by our commitments. Does anyone realize, and I've got to believe my Republican colleagues realize this, how unimaginably foolish and short-sighted it is to have a policy where you piss off Portugal, Canada, and Australia like this? How does that make us safer? And the amazing thing about these relationships is even if they reverse course as they've done so many times, that trust you can't put back in the bottle when the trust has been broken. We've already heard that from the Prime Minister of Canada. I fear that we will feel the ripples of the erosion of trust from our workforce, from American businesses, from our international partners for many years to come. And make no mistake about it, all these actions will make America less safe. And unless we stand up and take back the powers that were granted in the Constitution to this body, unless we stand up and demand that our intelligence community not be politicized and still able to speak truth to power, unless we stand up and say to our friends around the world, 70 years plus of allies that have kept our world safe, if we allow these actions and others to go unabated, we are shirking our duty, making America less safe and making the world less safe. In a moment, Mr. President, I'm going to yield the floor because I see my friend, the senator from California. I just want to commend him. He was chair of the Intelligence Committee in the House before he came to this chamber. And he has suffered for speaking truth to power, for standing up for rule of law, a level of attack and abuse, oftentimes personal, that no American elected official should have to stand for. If we allow that kind of behavior to continue as well, we're made less safe. And let me remind you, especially the folks listening, this is not a partisan issue. We have seen Republican members of the Senate threatened to the point where they had to go get higher security for their family because they decided to speak truth. Our country is better than this. We just need some of the good Americans who we work with on a day in and day out basis to find their voice and say on these matters of national security, there is no partisan divide. There is no MAGA version that makes our country safer. We'll have a chance to debate and talk about this and have mention on this tonight. I hope our colleagues will find the strength to finally speak truth to power themselves. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
First of all, I want to acknowledge my colleague from Virginia, Senator Warner. Thank you for your extraordinary leadership of the Senate Intelligence Committee. You have brought your intellect, your experience, your talent, your ingenuity to the service of the nation's security, and you have been doing a remarkable, remarkable job. So I thank you. Mr. President, in February 2024, Russia began its invasion of Crimea, a part of Ukraine. Little green men arrived suddenly in masks and unmarked uniforms, but everyone knew them to be Russians, acting on the orders of the Kremlin, despite the Kremlin's rather pathetic denials. I traveled to Ukraine shortly afterward, joined by my colleagues in Congress from both parties. We were there to speak with our friends in Kyiv and to pledge our support for our ally, to reinforce in our own way our commitment to NATO's eastern flank, and to uphold our obligations under the 1994 Budapest Memorandum. That memorandum assured Ukraine's territorial integrity if Ukraine gave up the nuclear weapons it acquired when it was part of the Soviet Union. At the time, Ukraine had the third largest nuclear stockpile in the world. Not only was the US a signatory to that assurance, along with the UK, but so was the Kremlin. Well, Ukraine did give up its nuclear weapons in 1994. And sadly, Russia violated the terms of that agreement with ferocity. When people like Steve Witkoff say they believe Russian leaders live up to their word, they are dangerously ignorant of history. In 2022, Russia launched an even more massive invasion of Ukraine. And just a month later, I returned to that country alongside Speaker Pelosi for the first congressional visit to that country during the war. Now, I'm not here today to talk about Putin's aggression or this administration's shameful betrayal of Ukraine and capitulation to the Kremlin. I'm here to talk about the fact that before those trips, we received clear guidance. Assume everything you say will be overheard by the Kremlin. Everything you type on a phone may as well be a direct message to the Kremlin dictator. Certainly do not message anything sensitive. Just don't do it. The danger of Russian hacking and spying is high enough abroad. Just imagine how aggressive they are in a country they're actively invading. But that caution, that instruction was not limited to our visits to Ukraine. As the former chair of the House Intelligence Committee, I found myself traveling around the world to places like Iraq and Afghanistan, to Pakistan and Yemen, and more. Numerous secret trips over a decade, and every time, the same message. Assume everything you do on your phone, personal device or burner phone, it doesn't matter, will be snooped and scooped up by any adversary who cares to do so. And let me tell you, they care to do so. The same is true here at home. Handling classified information, we took every precaution. Practically, that meant we spent a lot of time underground, quite literally, inside a windowless, secure, compartmented information facility or SCIF in the basement of the Capitol. An actual bunker. No phones allowed, no recording devices of any kind, not even a Fitbit. We understood, hey, this wasn't going to be convenient. It wasn't designed to be convenient. It was designed to be secure. And we all knew then, as we all know today, that preserving the classified nature of our nation's secrets is of the utmost importance, which brings us to today, where we have witnessed the top officials in this administration discussing classified military operations, military strike plans, war plans in the open on Signal, a commercial app like WhatsApp. The administration's top officials created an unsecured group chat and shared information before the start of a military operation that could have put the pilots flying these missions directly in harm's way. And now it appears this was not a one-off, because of course it wasn't a one-off. We're now hearing that there were 20 or more chats involving top officials discussing sensitive information, where the administration seems to have shared national secrets like they were discussing, well, I don't know, March Madness, texting them recklessly. And it appears that the only reason The only reason we know about these chats is because they accidentally added the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic into one of them, while he was apparently sitting in his car in the parking lot at a Safeway grocery store. It would be funny if it wasn't so damn dangerous to our national security. Put aside the amateurism of debating and deliberating over our national security operations using emojis and whatever else they used on this chat. From a counterintelligence perspective, this was the effective equivalent of shouting our national security secrets on the busy streets of Beijing, or leaving folders of information in cafes near the Kremlin. It's a national security screw-up of epic proportions. As former chair of the House Intelligence Committee, I have heard after-action reports of what happens when an intelligence failure occurs, when a source or an asset is compromised, when an enemy penetrates our networks, or gets a source that can provide a glimpse into our secrets. Because when an intelligence failure happens, it can be catastrophic. Informants can be burned, lives can be ruined. In some cases, human sources can be tortured and murdered. Operations can be compromised, or soldiers put in harm's way without their knowledge. Our methods exposed and therefore adapted to. Future missions scuttled because the source, human or technical, has been burned, gone. In Syria, the Houthis are undoubtedly turning everything upside down to figure out how we knew where the target of this operation would be. Was there a human source who knew the location of the building, which was apparently, according to this chat, the girlfriend's residence? Or was there a technical source, like the target's phone or someone else's phone? What future missions will now not be possible because we don't know if our sources have been compromised? The loss of trust is also significant from our allies around the world that contribute intelligence to support operations like this one. Published reports indicate that Israel may have provided some of the information used in support of that attack on Houthi missile operatives, and that the Israelis are furious. For me, it brings back memories of other published reports of President Trump whooping it up with the Russian ambassador and foreign minister in the Oval Office, if you remember that saga, during Trump's first term, while reportedly discussing still other intelligence reportedly provided by Israel. The accidental inclusion of a reporter, Jeffrey Goldberg, sitting in that Safeway parking lot, privy to that classified exchange of operational military planning, is a serious indictment of the arrogance and incompetence of this administration. The fact that information was shared with such reckless disregard on an unsecured, vulnerable network, apparently with regularity, is a scandal of historic proportions, and yet they refuse to accept any accountability. They engage in more whataboutism. They dodge every which way, deny, deflect blame, blame the journalist, blame the publication, blame the app, call it unimportant, call it a lie, call it a hack, say that someone's contact information was just sucked into their phone. The list goes on. The lies and obfuscation gets worse, and in the end, no accountability, no security, no nothing. Signalgate is the perfect microcosm of this administration's carelessness with our national secrets. But it doesn't start or end with Signal or using Gmail for sensitive national security matters. Just yesterday, we learned of another purge, this time at the National Security Council. If firing of inspector generals and ethics lawyers and career prosecutors wasn't enough, senior officials at the NSC just got shown the door. Among others, Lieutenant General Timothy Hawk, the well-respected director of the National Security Agency, the NSA, and commander of Cybercom, fired. Not because of incompetence, no. Not because he was responsible or involved in the Signal group, no. The folks in that Signal chat, they're doing just fine. No, these folks were fired because a right-wing influencer and conspiracy theorist apparently told the president to get rid of them. Because an internet troll, not an intelligence professional in any sense of the word, walked into the Oval Office and claimed that these officials were not sufficiently loyal to the president. National security be damned. In this troll's view, they were not sufficiently loyal to the president. How can we not see what's happening here? Or do we see it and just don't care enough to do anything about it? To say something, anything. They are betraying our national security, and they will do it again. They are turning their back on our closest allies and friends as they cozy up to dictators and murderers, and they will do it again. They're compromising the safety of our service members, and they will do it again. They are investigating the investigators, and they will do it again. They are prosecuting the prosecutors, and they will do it again, over and over again, because this administration has all the wrong priorities in all the wrong places. And who does that hurt the most? The American people. What are we supposed to say to families unable to sleep at night, worrying that their father or daughter or sister or brother may not come home from their deployment or may come home in a body bag because some administration official was sloppy handling war plans and their plane got shot down? The Houthis have air defenses. They can shoot down aircraft, and they have. The service members who volunteer to go into combat to keep us safe don't know if they can trust their own government to do the bare minimum to ensure their own safety. The plain, simple, indisputable fact of the matter is this: all of us are less safe because of this administration. We are lucky, damn lucky, that no one has died as a result of their repeated incompetence and mishandling of classified information. We are damn lucky. But it's got to change before our luck runs out and someone gets killed. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, it's been just over a week since we learned that our top national security officials were discussing operational details before a strike on the Houthi in Yemen on an unsecured platform. The White House has said the case is closed, but the American people still haven't gotten the transparency and accountability about the national security breach that they deserve. So, Mr. President, I wanted to stress a few things. Now, let's start with how dangerous and irresponsible this was. This wasn't just a policy violation. It was a reckless breach of our operational security. The information shared on this unsecured platform is some of the most sensitive information that our military has. We're talking about the time on target, the weapon systems used, and other details about a strike over hostile territory. This is exactly the kind of information you do not want in the hands of an adversary or an enemy, especially one that has a significant surface-to-air missile capability that can shoot our airplanes down. They were discussing this information hours before these pilots took off of the deck of an aircraft carrier. And that's a big deal. It could have resulted in these pilots being captured or killed. No one, especially the Secretary of Defense, should be discussing these things on an unsecured platform. Mr. President, this is personal for me. I flew combat missions off of the USS Midway in the first Gulf War. We treated this kind of information like lives depended on it, because they did. I had to walk out to my aircraft on the flight deck of an aircraft carrier dozens of times, often in the middle of the night, to carry out strikes just like this. And if I later found out that the Secretary of Defense had been this reckless with the details of my mission, I would have been pissed off. Look, I mean, I use Signal too. It's a good app. I use it to schedule meetings or to say, hey, Senator Schiff, remember that thing we talked about the other day? That thing? We need to talk about that thing again when we get down to the skiff. That's the kind of thing you say on Signal. But I do not use Signal to share real-time operational military plans or any sensitive or classified information. You just don't do that. It's not what the thing is for. And just for a second, just because Signal is encrypted does not make it secure. We know this. And especially when you know that the device you're using it on is vulnerable. These are phones used sometimes during official travel, but also personal phones, often used overseas, exposed to adversaries' Wi-Fi and RF systems, where they can attack these devices. They often also have physical access and other kinds of surveillance. And once an adversary is in, hard to get them out. And if they had access to even one of those phones on this Signal chat, they saw everything. This wasn't just sloppy, it's a national security risk. This kind of breach endangers not just pilots, but also intelligence sources, especially from our allies and their assets who risk their lives to share critical information. It damages our relationships and trust with intelligence partners who now have to worry about whether their information that they're sharing with us is being handled properly. And it could burn sources entirely, meaning that we won't get valuable information anymore, like the location of targets. Mr. President, we also just happened to get a brief window into how these decisions are being made by this administration. And I got to tell you, I wasn't impressed. The Vice President doesn't seem to understand that keeping global shipping safe is in our interest, or how important our European allies are to our own national security. And I also want to point out that our adversaries got this same insight. They saw not just the operation, but they saw the personal dynamics of the decision makers, and they saw their internal discussions. That's exactly the kind of insight our intelligence agencies are always trying to get on foreign powers. And this administration, they were just dumb enough to just give it away. Mr. President, my view, the Trump administration is reckless. We've seen this before. CIA officer names emailed on an unclassified system. Agency headcounts leaked. Sensitive site locations posted online. The use of Signal for a live military strike is just the latest in a long list of security failures. This exposes how this administration makes decisions, and what I saw is alarming. But that's what happens when you put unqualified, unserious people into critical national security roles. This wasn't a mystery. This was all exposed during their confirmation processes. Yet my Republican colleagues bowed to pressure from the president and confirmed these nominees anyway. And this is what happened. The lack of accountability from the people in this chat and at the White House isn't just reprehensible, it's also dangerous, especially when it comes from the Secretary of Defense, the leader of our armed forces, who put the lives of these pilots at risk with his actions. When you're in charge and you make a mistake, you got to own up to it. Everybody knows that. That's what we do in the military. You fess up. Secretary Hegseth doesn't just owe that to the American people, he also needs to own up to this in order to maintain the good order and discipline of our forces. How can anyone respect the Secretary of Defense who screws up like this and then can't take responsibility? And what message does that send to the next pilots who have to launch off the front of an aircraft carrier and into hostile territory? Mr. President, Pete Hegseth needs to resign. And if he won't, the president should fire him. No accountability sends the wrong message. Now, I asked the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, and the CIA Director Radcliffe directly in a hearing. I asked them, was there discussions of targets in Yemen? And the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, said yes. And that's a big deal. And I also asked, would they approve that chat for public release? Neither would say yes. And that tells you all you need to know. If anyone, from the most junior enlisted service member to a 4-star admiral, had done this, they'd be facing real consequences. They'd be fired, or possibly worse. But here, these top leaders, the top leaders of our national security apparatus, are just making excuses. Mr. President, my view is this Secretary of Defense must go. 2 months ago, during Hegseth's confirmation vote, I asked, is this really worth the risk to our service members and our national security? Well, I think we now have the answer. This is what happens when you put the most unqualified nominee in charge of life and death situations. Now, we're lucky that this didn't result in American casualties. But the fact that it could have, and the fact that he hasn't taken responsibility, makes him unfit to lead. He needs to resign. And again, if he doesn't, the president should fire him. And by the way, yesterday, he fired the wrong guy. The head of the National Security Agency, I think, had broad bipartisan support, in my opinion. He was doing an excellent job. President's confused. And Mr. President, this is the transparency, the kind of transparency and accountability that the American people deserve. This is not about politics. This is about keeping our country safe. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
The senator from Colorado.
Mr. President, I'm sorry. It's fortunate the presiding officer to be in the chair again. when I'm speaking, I don't actually speak that often on the
I
floor.
wouldn't miss it.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the staff who's here as well. This actually is the third time I've been down here in the last couple of days to talk about some of the things that we're confronting at this moment when we're passing the budget. I've spent a couple of speeches talking about how problematic, I think, to be kind about it, this budget is. In many ways, devastating it is. But today I want to join my friends that are here to talk about our national security and our intelligence. Since President Trump took office as president just over 70 days ago, he has treated the American people to a dangerous parade of incompetencies that put our national security at risk. Most egregiously, he has repeatedly sided with Russia and Vladimir Putin rather than standing with the Ukrainian people as they defend themselves against Vladimir Putin's aggression. After President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance embarrassingly berated Ukrainian President Zelensky in their February Oval Office meeting, the Trump administration temporarily halted all security assistance to and intelligence sharing with Ukraine. This outrageous decision resulted in losses for Ukraine on the front line and emboldened Putin and other dictators around the world like China's Xi Jinping, undermining Ukraine's bargaining position and ours and American national security. Given the stakes for the United States, for democracy in the West, this was, in my estimation, the worst decision that the Trump administration has made so far. And that's a long, long list. Near the top of that list is the now infamous Signal chat that National Security Advisor Mike Waltz created to share what was clearly classified information related to U.S. strikes on Yemen, and accidental invitation of Atlantic editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg to that chat. If that weren't enough, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth sent precise war plans for the U.S. strikes on Yemen, specific times and weapon types in that chat. I'm a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Mr. President. I see classified information every day. I wish I could say that we saw, anything more secret than what was related in that Signal chat by Secretary Hegseth. But the truth is that what he sent, that targeting information, the precision with the timing of that, is actually more secure or required more security than anything that I see on the Intelligence Committee on a daily basis. I'd say 99% of what we see in the Intelligence Committee, which is meant to be confidential and is meant to be classified, is far less significant than what Secretary Hegseth sent in his Signal chat. In fact, I would say if that information is not classified, I don't know what information is. Signal is encrypted and it is acceptable for some government use. That's true. I use Signal, but never ever for sharing sensitive or classified information. The intelligence community and national security agencies across the government have clear protocols to protect the kind of information that Secretary Hegseth sent. All of the people in that Signal chat, which included the Secretaries of Defense and Treasury, know this. They have ultra-secure rooms and platforms where they are legally required to discuss classified information. People at home might not know this, but when you go into one of those rooms, you have to leave your cell phone outside. You have to leave your cell phone in a box when you go into the room because you can't know and we can't know whether an adversary has placed malware on that phone. I think there are a lot of reasons to throw our phones into the Potomac River But that's one good one to not bring it into meetings where you're going to have classified information, because you can't know who's on it. These people know better than to use Signal or any platform the way they did, but they were reckless and they were lazy and they put our national security at risk. By the way, they won't admit to this day that what they did was wrong. Not a single one of them will say that what they did was wrong. They're denying that they passed classified information on that call, when anybody who's reading it knows that. The people of Colorado certainly know that. And China and Russia and others are surely monitoring these officials' unclassified phones. And Signal is not immune. In fact, in late March, just a week before Jeff Goldberg exposed the Trump Signal chat, the Department of Defense itself sent a Pentagon-wide email warning of Signal's vulnerability, noting that Russian hacking groups were trying to spy on Signal conversation. It is remarkable that the Secretary of Defense couldn't even follow his own department's guidelines, and now credible media reports indicate that Mike Waltz used his personal Signal for government, or Gmail for government business, and that his team created as many as 20 Signal chats to communicate about crises around the world. This utter incompetence and recklessness in handling of sensitive and classified information is inexcusable, Mr. President, and it is a threat to our national security. And when the truth comes out, that will be the judgment. They are putting the men and women of our armed forces and our intelligence officers and our allies at risk. They're eroding our standing around the world. And they're going to make even our closest allies question whether they can even share intelligence with the United States. Why would M16 or Mossad share their secrets with the United States if Pete Hegseth is going to post them on Signal for Jeff Goldberg to publish in the Atlantic? The Trump White House tried to declare this case closed, they said, on their poor handling of classified information. But since then, the Department of Defense's acting inspector general saw through the lies, and they launched an evaluation of this administration's use of classified information. The acting inspector general is a senior civil servant with a strong record of nonpartisan public service, including active duty in the Army. And I am confident he will conduct an independent and thorough investigation. It's worth remembering, too, that the Inspector General is only acting because President Trump fired the former Inspector General in February, along with the Inspectors Generals of 16 other agencies, because he felt he couldn't control them. He was worried that they were going to blow the whistle on what he was doing. Clearly, the Trump administration wants to hide their sloppiness and their incompetence. But unfortunately for them, Waltz was incompetent and sloppy enough to accidentally add the Atlantic's editor-in-chief to their Signal chat, in which Pete Hegseth was sloppy, and Pete Hegseth was sloppy and incompetent enough to share classified information. After Jeff Goldberg reported on the evidence of this chat, the administration's first action was to pretend like it had never happened. Then they lied about the information that they shared, information that they never should have disclosed anywhere but in a classified space. It's an insult to the American people's intelligence to say that not only was this not classified, but that nothing they did was wrong. That it was perfectly normal to have a discussion about targeting of targets in Yemen on a Signal chat that was made available to the editor-in-chief of the Atlantic. I mean, how about apologizing to the American people for that? Jeff Goldberg didn't put himself on the chat. He was put there by Mike Waltz. And by the way, he had the decency and the patriotism not to disclose the information that he was worried was classified and that might put at risk the troops that that we're doing that dangerous mission. These are issues of life and death, particularly for our troops and for our intelligence agents and professionals. And now the White House has fired several members of the National Security Council on the top of all this, and the head of U.S. Cyber Command, after Laura Loomer, a known conspiracy theorist and close Trump ally, told the president to do so. Why is the president taking national security advice not from the generals that have become the head of the NSA, but from a dangerous conspiracy theorist who says 9/11 was an inside job and who's never abandoned it? How is any of this remotely acceptable to the American people? Of course it's not, or to my Republican colleagues. The Trump administration lies, incompetence are an insult. With their recklessness, they've already put Americans in danger and alienated crucial allies and partners around the world, making the world even more dangerous and weakening U.S. national security in the process. Otto von Bismarck, the 19th century German chancellor, famously said that, quote, God has a special providence for fools, drunkards, and the United States of America. We are indeed blessed by our size, our abundant natural resources, and our relative distance from adversaries that wish to do us harm. Our advantages are so great that the only country that can destroy the United States, as Lincoln told us, is the United States. No wonder why Xi Jinping thinks the United States is in decline, that there are great changes unseen in the country, as he put it, and that he can simply wait for President Trump to accelerate our decline by tearing down the bedrock of America's national security and our prosperity. No wonder Xi and his strongmen friends like Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un believe the global order is up for grabs, that they're on the rise and that we're on the collapse, on the fall. Thanks to President Trump's wanton and self-harming recklessness, incompetence, and isolationism, that's how they feel. No wonder why Xi continues to ramp up pressure on Taiwan with live fire exercises around the island earlier this week. And Putin continues to wage his unjustified war on Ukraine while threatening NATO allies like Poland, I'm about to finish, like Poland and the Baltics. Emboldening these dictators President Trump's administration has will make the world more dangerous to the United States. I can see the leader is here, so I'm going to bring my comments to a close, but let me just say, nothing has been more contrary to the national security interests of the United States, our allies, and the Ukrainian people than the undermining of the Ukrainian soldiers on the front line by this president. Nothing. From his telling the American people that Ukraine started the war, to his constant coddling of Vladimir Putin. This is a generational moment for the United States of America to step up here for democracy and for freedom around the world. And we're going to do it, notwithstanding what President Trump said. This moment demands sober, careful, and calibrated policymaking on the international stage, not the Trump administration's recklessness. Their failure to meet this moment will be our shared failure. But we will not let it happen. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senators have just come to the floor to show how the Republican agenda would be a gut punch to our nation's veterans and so dangerous to our national security, as the senator from Colorado so eloquently outlined. I thank them for speaking passionately. Our next topic that we will be speaking about, each one is so dangerous to America. Each one, in each one is Donald Trump is betraying America and just totally going back on what he said when he ran in the campaign. And now, again, he's with those bubble of billionaires, doesn't care a damn about the middle class, how he's hurting them. And so now senators will turn to an issue especially alarming to so many people,
the deep, deep corruption that Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Doge have unleashed on their watch, the amazing amount of self-dealing, and they're trying to enrich themselves on the backs of the government, which means on the backs of the American people. One of our great experts in this area who's been talking about this for a very long time is Senator Whitehouse, and I yield to him.
Senator from Rhode Island.
President, let me thank our Democratic leader for that very kind intro. I will confess that I come to the Senate floor today with a pretty heavy heart. The effort that we are engaged in right now is going to be extremely damaging to our country. We're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars in cuts to Medicaid that are part of the plan here. And we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars in cuts to Medicaid that are coming on top of this tariff madness emanating from the White House that was already estimated to cost families north of $3,000 a year in added costs for the same stuff. Average $3,000 per year per family. And that was before the retaliatory tariffs came back. So that's kind of the baseline. Trump campaigned on lowering costs, and the first thing he's done is to raise costs by thousands and thousands of dollars for American families. On top of that, their pensions and 401ks got slaughtered. I think it's about $3 trillion in value lost because of this maniacal tariff effort that gives nobody any confidence about which way we're going to go. Set aside how bad the tariffs are, like the lesson the last time we tried this, back in the Depression era, isn't obvious enough that tariffs harm the economy unless they're precise and intelligent and purposeful and focused, which these are by definition not. But just the uncertainty, just the fact that every day it's a different tariff, it's another number. It's such a ham-handed gong show over at the White House that the White House website and the White House press conference put out different numbers for the same companies. This whole thing is like being run by the Keystone Cops, but they're playing with economic dynamite. And between what's about to happen to Medicaid, which supports so many folks, mothers and fathers, aunts and uncles in nursing homes, that supports so many folks, spouses, sisters, when they give birth, that supports so many folks, family members who are in addiction recovery and are getting support from programs in Medicaid. When you kick out elderly family members from nursing homes, you're doing a real blow to a family on top of the $3,000 plus, on top of the hammered 401k or pension. So this is a very, very grim time for American families economically, and there is no sense or logic behind it. There's big talk, but it is really economic nonsense that's happening around us right now. And into this comes, like that's not bad enough, a complete disavowal, a completely hypocritical repudiation of things that Republicans have claimed to believe in for a long, long time. And what we're seeing in this budget reconciliation process is massive lies exposed. The first one is that Republicans care about the debt and the deficit. Let me tell a few stories about my time as chairman of the Budget Committee. As chairman of the Budget Committee, I paid a lot of attention to what climate change portends for the American economy. And the reason I did that is because there's some pretty damned serious and very dire warnings that are out there and that come from some pretty darned serious people, not Green New Dealers, but really significant people, often ones who have a fiduciary duty to get this right. They can't be like the fossil fuel industry and lie at an industrial scale about climate change, because they have a fiduciary duty to tell the truth and get it right. And in particular, that's the insurance industry. I'll show you, last April, The Economist magazine cover article, the next housing disaster. The next housing disaster is what they predicted could be a $25 trillion hit to the global real estate asset class. Why? Because of climate risk. Because if you can't get insurance on a property, you can never again get a mortgage on that property. And when most Americans still buy their property with a mortgage, it's fine if you're one of Trump's billionaires and you swap properties around paying cash. But if you're like most Americans and need a mortgage to buy your property, or if you're like most homeowners and when you want to sell your property, you need to find somebody who can buy it with a mortgage, well, if your property won't support a mortgage any longer because your property is too dangerous to insure, here's what the chief economist for Freddie Mac said about that. He said that you have an insurance crisis in homeowners property insurance, which we are already seeing in Florida. This is not a prediction in the future. This is a now thing. We are in the early stages of this. It is happening. Ernest Hemingway was asked how you go bankrupt. He said, gradually, and then all at once. We're into gradually already, and we don't know when all at once will happen, but when it's $25 trillion out of the world's largest asset class, that is a massive economic hit to our economy. So the insurance crashes. Right behind that comes the mortgage crash. Right behind that comes the property values crash because no mortgages. And that leads to another recession, according to the chief economist of Freddie Mac, the American mortgage giant. And he made that prediction of insurance crash to mortgage crash, to property values crash, to national economic crash, based just on the risk to coastal properties. You see here how they use the ocean, tearing away at the underpinnings of the real estate. He was looking at coastal property risk. He was talking about a coastal property values crash. Well, guess what? Coastal risk now has an evil sibling that is just as bad and maybe worse, which is wildfire risk. Look at what happened to LA. Look at how wildfire seasons have become year-round in parts of the West. Look how wildfire area has expanded beyond traditional wildfire risk areas. Between coastal risk and wildfire risk, our insurance markets are taking a beating, and that's the cascade into economic recession. A third of our debt comes from economic hits to our economy, COVID and 2008. So if we're going to be serious about the deficit and about debts, we've got to be serious about the major risks to the economy. So The Economist is one of these warnings, but just to show how serious this is, I want to go through a couple of others. Allianz. Allianz is one of the biggest insurance companies in the world. And one of its board members just wrote an article saying, climate change, if we don't fix it soon, is going to be the end of the insurance industry business model. And that is going to cascade into other parts of the economy where insurance is essential to support the other industry. Well, mortgages is an obvious one, but there are others because throughout the financial system, there are deals that are held together because of insurance policies. So he predicted, the headline was really extreme. The headline was, "End of capitalism." I don't know that that's true, but you can sure as heck expect a very significant economic wipeout as the insurance markets collapse in the face of unpredictable risk. So that was Allianz. Jay Powell, chairman of the Fed, wants nothing to do with climate. Doesn't want to talk about it. He's not green one bit. But he testified about 3 weeks ago in the Senate Banking Committee that in 10 to 15 years, there'll be whole regions of the country where you can't get a mortgage any longer. There's that cascade. No insurance, no mortgage, property value crash, recession. The Fed chair is confirming that domino in 10 to 15 years will fall. The mortgage bankers, my God, talk about a group that's not green. The mortgage bankers have written a report called The Impact of Climate Change on Housing and Housing Finance. And Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent to ask that the executive summary of that report be put into the record at the end of my remarks.
Without objection.
So you've got The Economist magazine, which is not green at all, very conservative international publication. You've got Allianz, one of the insurance giants of the world. You've got the chairman of the Federal Reserve. You've got the Mortgage Bankers Association. What else have we got? Well, the Financial Stability Board. The Financial Stability Board is the board that warns the world banking system of risks to the world banking system that it has to prepare for. What did they just warn the world's banking system? Better get ready for this risk. Better get ready for this risk. For two reasons, actually. One is when the insurance crash wipes out mortgages, it wipes out a huge revenue part of the banking system. The second is, after you've lost all that revenue, because mortgages aren't available in whole regions of the country any longer, then you have the problem that banks are solvent or not, in large part dependent on what is called their loan-to-value ratio. And their value depends on the value of the properties against which they hold the mortgages. If the value of a property crashes because it no longer can support a mortgage and can't be sold to anybody except somebody who can pay cash, or because the carrying cost of the property insurance has gotten so great, if it goes from $4,000 or $5,000 a year to $16,000 to $20,000 a year, that crashes the value of that property. And when that property value goes down, the bank has to keep track of that. And when they go underwater on a loan, when the amount that they have loaned out becomes less than the value of the property, and when that is happening across the board, particularly for regional banks in a region where you can't get mortgages any longer and property values have crashed, you've got a serious banking solvency problem. And that is what the Financial Stability Board reports. I would commend that report to anybody who can put up with complicated economic terminology. It is not a fun read, but it's pretty telling when the body responsible for economic stability in the world's banking system is putting out these warnings. So you got The Economist, you got Allianz, you got Chairman Powell, you got the mortgage bankers, you got the Financial Stability Board. I've mentioned already Freddie Mac's chief economist who explained how this cascade works. More recently, another group called First Street just stood up, and they showed what's going to happen in specific areas where property values are going to crash, where premiums are going to soar. Property values down by as much as 100%, total wipeout. Premiums quadrupling in places. And then Deloitte comes along, the corporate consulting firm, not green at all, and they warn that if we screw up on climate, if we continue to screw up on climate, versus if we get it right, the swing 50 years out from now will be $220 trillion in world GDP. So I spent a lot of time talking about this in the Budget Committee. Did my Republican friends want to hear about it? No. Why not? Because that party is funded by the fossil fuel industry and can't bear a serious discussion about climate, can't bear looking at the lies that the fossil fuel industry dispenses in industrial levels. They have a whole apparatus of fraud, front groups with funny names that constantly put out false information, people who pretend to be scientists and cook up fake science that comes not out of labs and research, but out of Madison Avenue in propaganda firms. And so what they said to me over and over again was, why are you talking about climate? That doesn't have anything to do with the budget. You need to be talking about deficits. You need to be talking about debt. They're all about how our children are going to have their futures imperiled by deficits and debt. Well, they're going to have their futures imperiled by climate change, is what pretty much anybody who's sensate still is showing. But oh my God, how much talk I had to listen to, how much self-serving, self-aggrandizing talk I had to listen to about how we really, really had to deal with our debt and deficit problem. Well, look at what they're up to now. The Senate budget that the Republicans are pushing blows the deficit through the roof. By 2035, doubles it. Our national debt, I said the deficit, I meant our national debt. We are talking here about $60 trillion in debt. Where was, we want to raise it to $60 trillion in debt, when I was getting all these lectures in the Budget Committee from all my Republican friends about how the most important thing was our national debt. The House budget resolution is no better, just as bad. 30 trillion goes to 56 trillion. And if you look at some of the numbers here, we got a letter back. I asked unanimous consent to have the letter here added at the end of my remarks. It comes from,
Without objection,
the Joint Committee on Taxation. It's their job to review these things. It begins, Dear Senator Whitehouse, Senator Wyden, Mr. Neal, and Mr. Boyle. This letter is in response to your request for revenue estimates to extend permanently the individual tax provisions, et cetera. We asked, what's it really going to cost for the Republicans to do this stuff? Well, here at the bitter end, you actually get to the numbers. And the numbers are that the total of the tax provisions just over 10 years, just to like here, goes up $4.6 trillion. And then, because you've got to borrow money to fund that additional $4.6 trillion that Republicans want to add to our debt, the actual number settles out at $5.5 trillion. $5.5 trillion added to our national debt. After all those lectures I got about how you couldn't pay any attention to climate change while their pockets are stuffed with fossil fuel money, metaphorically, and instead we get really focused on the deficit, and the first chance they have to focus on the deficit and the debt, what are they doing? Up 5.5 trillion, trillion with a T. And if you throw in the new tax breaks on top of the 5.5 that we asked about, it goes to 7 trillion. $7 trillion. And the Senate Republicans, here's where it gets really sick, because they're cheating the budget process. They get to the lie that this won't cost money by cheating. They're planning to simply ignore what the Congressional Budget Office said, ignore what the Joint Committee on Taxation calculated. They're planning to dodge the parliamentarian and just make up numbers on their own. and ignore what the statute says, contrary to 5 decades of law and practice. The budget law, for instance, includes a section telling CBO how to count tax cuts. They ignore that section. They just make up their own numbers. You don't need to be a budget expert to figure out that $7 trillion in tax cuts are going to worsen the budget, going to worsen the debt. And in fact, we kept bringing in witnesses to talk about the debt and the deficit, and the Republicans could never produce a witness that said the tax cuts pay for themselves. Scott Hodge from the Conservative Tax Foundation, who was a witness called to the Budget Committee by the Republicans, said the Tax Foundation modeled every iteration of what became the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which is the Trump tax scam 1.0, and at no time did our model ever predict that it would pay for itself. The model does not estimate that virtually any tax cut will pay for itself. That's a kind of a myth that has been created. So it is really frustrating to hear colleagues who lectured me and lectured me and lectured me as their excuse to ignore the very plain climate economic risk we are facing about how we really had to deal with the debt. And then when they have the chance, what they're doing is they're blowing it through the roof. And to do that, they're going to hack away at Medicaid. And at the end of the day, most of this goes to the very rich. The original thought was out of $4 trillion, it was $2+ trillion going just to a very small group of extremely rich people and very big corporations. Our tax code is riddled with corruption. We could raise a lot of money and actually fix the deficit by pulling out the corruption, but the big businesses would squeal and scream because they don't like paying taxes. And for a long time, they haven't had to. In what some of my colleagues seem to think are the good old days, that's the 1950s. Good old days in America when men were men and life was good. Corporations contributed 30% of America's revenue. Corporations contributed 30% of America's revenue. And look at what's happened to it year after year, after their lobbyists have come here, after they've written checks to Republican super PACs, after they've worked this building, they're down to about under 10%. They've been down as low as 6%. And by the way, it's not because corporations got smaller and poorer in that time. They're bigger than ever. The fossil fuel industry alone made the biggest profits in corporate history, gouging American consumers after international prices went up post Putin's invasion of Ukraine. There's plenty we could do to solve the debt problem. But oh my God, the flagrancy of the lie about concern about the deficit is pretty stunning. The other thing that they have said, and I'll close with this, the other thing that they have said is, oh, we have to defend the filibuster at all costs. Oh, we can't do the nuclear option. Oh, the only time we'd possibly ever use the nuclear option is when the Democrats did it first. So they did a nuclear option to put their people onto the Supreme Court and blamed it on Harry Reid because he had done the same thing for the DC Circuit after they'd put up a firewall around the DC Circuit. But since then, it's been, we will never, 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 never blow up the filibuster. We will never use the nuclear option. Well, here's where we are with the parliamentarian right now. They have done an end run around getting a determination on whether this stunt that they're pulling by pretending that these tax cuts don't have any economic effect, don't add to the debt, will get reviewed by the parliamentarian. I will tell you one thing, there have probably been documents brought to the Senate floor before that contained a lie. But I can't think of one that has been brought to the Senate floor that both contained a lie and that lie's own rebuttal in the same document. The lie is that all these tax cuts for billionaires and big corporations won't add to the debt. That is imaginary, that is fake, that is not economically possible, but they say it. And then in the same document, they lift the debt limit by $5 trillion. If these tax breaks don't have any cost, don't add to the debt, why do they need to raise the debt limit by $5 trillion? The problem is, it's very hard to go into the parliamentarian's office and say, this is legit, because at the same time, I'm lying that it's free and adding $5 trillion in debt limit because it obviously isn't free. When you're dealing with a debt limit, you're dealing with banks and treasury and people who can't participate in the Senate hothouse lie that this doesn't cost $5 trillion. And so you have these two things side by side in the same bill, the lie and its own rebuttal baked right in. How do you get that by the parliamentarian? Very hard to do, so they skip. But the problem is that sooner or later, there will be a parliamentary ruling. And maybe they hope that they've got so much steam built up that the parliamentarians will just roll over. Or maybe this whole thing just blows up and the parliamentarian says, no, you can't do that. You have a lie and its own rebuttal in the exact same document. You can't pretend that this is a true thing, and therefore it's not compliant with the budget laws for all of the reasons I mentioned earlier. Out of compliance with CBO, out of compliance with Joint Committee on Taxation, out of compliance with proper reporting, all of it. So what does that mean? That means that at some point, the time will come when the parliamentarian says, nope, and blows the whistle. They think that that's going to happen already, which is why they're doing the end run. And when the day comes that it actually happens, that's when they have to go to the nuclear option, because otherwise all of this will have been in vain. So we're on a path to the nuclear option. Pretty much everything Republicans have claimed to stand for is destroyed in this process. The hypocrisy alert about the deficit and the debt, and now they're raising it by huge numbers. When you have to put real numbers in the document, you simply deny them, even though the debt numbers prove the lie. When there are budget rules that we've honored for decades, gonna ignore them, just blow it through. Parliamentarian, end run around the parliamentary folks, and then at the end, go nuclear after saying we'd never, 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 never do that. This whole thing is such a con and such a shame, and will cause so much damage to families dependent on Medicaid, all so they can give billions of dollars in tax breaks to big corporations and to billionaires who don't need it. In fact, their share of federal revenue has gone down by from over 30% to below 10%. They have just walked away from their responsibilities to help fund America. They left that on the backs of regular taxpayers, and it's not enough for them to be under 10%. They want more. They want to get that down to what, 5%, 4%? Nothing, be complete freeloaders? This thing is an embarrassment. And I will say I rest my case. But when you actually look at their debt limit numbers, maybe I should say they rest my case. I yield the floor.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. The budget that we're debating really comes down to one simple idea. The massive transfer of wealth and resources from the poor and the middle class to the ultra wealthy. What is being proposed in the Senate right now is stunning in its scope. You are talking about a piece of legislation that has such deep cuts to Medicaid. This is the program that ensures 24% of American families. 1/4 of Americans get their health insurance from Medicaid. You don't know it as Medicaid because it's called something different in each state. In Connecticut, it's called Husky. In Wisconsin, it's called Badger Care. But in every state, about 1/4 of the population gets their insurance through a Medicaid-funded program. Most of those folks are working full-time. But for one reason or another, that's where they get their insurance. You're talking about kicking millions of people off of that program. And for what? For what? To rack up the biggest bill ever on the credit card of the middle class, an explosion in debt, but also to fund a tax cut for the fabulously wealthy. This is the 2017 tax cut, which is essentially going to be mirrored, we believe, by this tax cut. The top 1% of earners got tax cuts 852 times bigger than working families in America. We don't know the final shape of this tax cut, but it won't look fundamentally different from that. This is a really bad time to be a working mom or dad in America. This week, we are passing, apparently, a massive cut in healthcare benefits for working families in order to pad the pockets of the wealthy. But we are also dealing with the Trump tariff plan, which has been a Keystone Cop-like rollout that will ultimately raise prices for every single American. Tariffs can work as part of a coordinated, thoughtful approach to trying to rebuild American industry, but they only work when you partner those tariffs together with industrial policy incentives to help promote the industry that you are trying to punish when the products come from abroad. I'm not reflexively opposed to the use of tariffs, but this use of tariffs is bananas because it's not paired with any domestic industrial policy, meaning that you're just going to get the downside, a massive increase in costs for consumers, without the upside, job creation in the United States of America. And so before I get to the insult to middle-class families that will come through the budget, let's just talk about what's going to happen with these tariffs. We know how it's going to work because we saw how tariffs worked in Trump's first term. Let me just take one specific example. In Trump's first term, he imposed a 20% escalating tariff on washing machines. And the idea was that, we want washing machines to be made in the United States instead of outside of the United States. But because he didn't pair that together with any more comprehensive help for the washing machine industry in the United States, it was only downside. And it was only downside not just because of the lack of a comprehensive policy, but also because there were no checks on the corporations that saw the tariffs as a means to gouge consumers. You have to also partner tariffs together with some accountability for corporations, for the greedy corporations that get wide-eyed when they see the tariffs and realize, well, this is an opportunity to not just pass the tariff along, but to jack up the price a little bit more and say that it was all because of the tariffs. Here's what happened on washing machines. So you got a 20% escalating tariff. We have the data. We saw what happened. The economic data tells us that the washing machine companies passed along the 20% tariff and then padded the price increase, sometimes by 15%, sometimes by 50%. But it's worse than that. The price increase was not just for imported washing machines. They also increased the price of the domestic washing machines that weren't subject to the tariff. Why not? Why not? The Trump administration won't hold us accountable for that. Nobody really looks to see whether the washing machine was made in America or not. We'll just raise the price on everything. What do you buy when you buy a washing machine as well? a dryer. So guess what happened? Even though dryers weren't subject to the tariff, the price got jacked up on the dryers as well. Dryers went up by 50% sometimes in cost, 15%, 20%. All of a sudden, prices went up for everything. Now, Trump collected a bunch of money in tariffs, $80 billion, but that was literally just middle-class people paying the additional amount to the company and the company passing it along to the government. So it was just a tax. It was just a tax. Okay, maybe you could live with that if it revitalized the domestic washing machine industry, if there were tens of thousands of people going back to jobs in that industry. But that didn't happen. I think there were 1 or 2 domestic washing machine factories that opened up, and Trump, of course, made a big deal. You know how many jobs it was in total? Less than 2,000 jobs. Less than 2,000 jobs were created for a tariff that jacked up costs for every American and resulted in $80 billion of middle-class taxes being collected by the government. That works out to about $800,000 per job. So that's what's coming at scale, not just on washing machines, but on virtually every consumer product. A big price increase, little to no domestic job creation, all the pain on the middle class. Tariffs can work, but this is not the way that they work. And so this week, Senate Republicans, instead of trying to help consumers deal with the impact of these tariffs, I mean, we're talking about huge price increases coming for American families. And this week, we could be sitting here voting for bills that cancel the tariffs or try to help middle-class families in another way. We're doing exactly the opposite. Instead of helping families deal with the impact of the tariffs, instead of holding the greedy corporations in check as they're ready to gouge consumers, we are debating a bill that would cut almost $1 trillion out of Medicaid, the program that provides insurance for 1/4 of Americans, that will result in raising healthcare costs for tens of millions of Americans. And we're talking about giving a massive tax break to the billionaire CEOs of the companies that are going to be doing the price gouging, and to the companies themselves. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. If you are a regular, ordinary American, what you are being told is that you're going to have to pay huge new price increases on everything you buy. You are going to have your health care disappeared, and corporate profits and take-home pay for CEOs are going to skyrocket. Who's asking for that? What American is asking for prices to go up, my health care to be cut, and billionaires to get a big tax break? Let's start talking about these tax cuts. Okay, they're the center of this bill, right? Everything in the Trump administration is about a simple story. How do I help my Mar-a-Lago billionaire friends? So this is the old tax cut, because we don't know all the details of the new one. If you look at sort of the poorest Americans versus the richest Americans, the tax cut is 852 times bigger. But here's a back-of-the-napkin analysis of what this new tax cut is likely to look like if it's basically formed like the old one. And instead of taking the poorest Americans versus the richest Americans, instead, let's just look at sort of the bottom 60% of income earners in this country. That's roughly about everybody who makes $90,000 or less. So that's a lot of your neighbors, right? I mean, $90,000 is an income that is familiar to a lot of Americans. So under this new tax cut, if it looks like the old one, and that's the signal that we get, is that households in the top 1% are going to get an average tax cut that's 120 times bigger than the tax cut given to people who are making $90,000 or less. So that's 152 times bigger than the very poor. But let's take somebody who's making $60,000. The richest 1% are going to get a tax cut that is 120 times bigger. How is that fair? Okay, now you'd say, well, that's because they make a lot more money. So of course they're going to get a bigger tax cut. But let's do the math a different way. As a share of after-tax income, the tax cuts at the top are still more than triple the total value of the tax cut received for people with incomes in the bottom 60%. So even when you adjust for the fact that they are making more money, they are still getting a tax cut whose value is 3 times bigger than folks who are making a middle income in this country. And why? I mean, does anybody believe in trickle-down economics anymore? It has been completely discredited. And again, we have the 2017 tax cuts as evidence. Donald Trump trotted out a big promise. He said, these tax cuts for corporations and billionaires and millionaires, they'll trickle down to everybody else. And I'll tell you the number. The average worker will get a $4,000 salary increase. That was the promise. The money will trickle down. The corporations will be so generous, they'll take their giant tax cut, bigger than they even asked for. Senator Whitehouse just showed you the chart where corporations have gone from providing 30% of American tax revenue down to 10% of American tax revenue. What a great deal for corporations. Okay, that's a nice chart. That makes sense if the corporations are taking their lower tax liability and turning it around into wages. Instead, they're not. They're keeping it for themselves, for their executives, for their top shareholders. The analysis shows that that promised $4,000 salary increase as a result of the tax cuts wasn't $4,000, it wasn't $2,000, it wasn't $1,000, it wasn't $100, it was zero. Because all of that money, virtually all of that money, ended up getting gobbled up by the corporations, mainly for stock buybacks. Didn't go to increase compensation for their employees. So it's not to raise wages. I guess it's just to make rich people richer. From 2017, when that tax cut passed, that first Trump tax cut passed, until 2023, Elon Musk's wealth grew by 1,222%. I don't even know what that looks like. Jeff Bezos's grew by 96%, Zuckerberg's by 50%, Rupert Murdoch's by 50%. I use those names because those were the billionaires that were at Trump's inauguration cheerleading him into office, because they know that another big tax cut for their company and for them personally is coming. Now, I will admit to you, median income overall grew from 2017 to 2023. So everybody in the country was making more in 2023 than they were making in 2017. But median income was not growing by 50%, 96%, or 1,222%. So this is a massive tax cut, the vast majority of it going to the very, very wealthy. But what makes this even harder to understand is what Senator Whitehouse laid out for you. Most of this is just going on your credit card. Most of this is just being borrowed. And that has a consequence. The national debt potentially doubling as a result of this massive tax cut for the very, very wealthy. And it's just so heartbreaking, the hypocrisy. I mean, I could string together a 24-hour-long video of my Republican colleagues talking ad nauseum about the danger of debt, the rising deficit. We can't spend money on kids. We can't spend money on climate. We can't spend money on schools. We can't help people go to college. No. We can't do any of that. Can't do any of that because the deficit. And yet, when it comes to a billionaire tax cut, a corporate tax cut, we are going to potentially double the debt Nobody is caring about the debt. In fact, they're rigging the rules of the Senate. They're breaking the rules of the Senate just so that they can get away with a massive increase in debt and deficit. But somewhere along the line, they said, well, you know what? We can't borrow the whole thing. We've got to make it look like we're cutting some spending. So let's cut some spending to make it at least look like it's not all borrowed. But let's make sure that the spending we're cutting only hurts poor people in the middle class. Because God forbid we can cut spending that helps the rich or the affluent. God forbid we take away some of the tax breaks that help them. And so where are the cuts coming? Medicaid. 80% of the cuts are Medicaid, $880 billion in a House bill, similar amount cutting Medicaid. Medicaid, as I said, is the program that insures 24% of Americans. At least 2/3 of those are working full-time. They just don't have health insurance through their employer, so they have to get it through Medicaid. And so when Republicans decided that they couldn't borrow the whole thing, like we'll double the national debt, but we're not going to triple the national debt, they targeted the cuts to hurt the middle class and poor people. And so I just want to end by telling you what this means in real time. I don't actually know what it means to give billionaires another $50,000 in tax breaks. I really don't know what that means. I don't know what that life is like. I don't know what it's like to have 7 houses and 4 yachts. I don't know what a billionaire does with an extra $50,000. I can't actually explain that to you. I don't understand that kind of rapacious greed. What I do know is what happens to poor people, the people who live in my neighborhood in the south end of Hartford when they lose their Medicaid. Linda lives in Sherman, Connecticut, a small town in western Connecticut. Following the economic downturn in 2008, Linda had trouble finding work. And that was tough for her because she's a cancer survivor. She had high healthcare expenses and she needed work. She was underemployed. She worked in plant nurseries and agriculture. Her husband at the same time lost his job as an auto mechanic. They lost their healthcare insurance. But then when the Affordable Care Act passed, Medicaid was expanded. More people were made eligible for Medicaid. And in 2010, she was able to sign up for Medicaid. She said, quote, I had so much anxiety all the time about how to pay for healthcare. We were going through all of our money, and we just thought this isn't right. People shouldn't have to worry about just being basically healthy. But once she got healthcare, she was able to restart her life. Linda went back to school because now she had healthcare. She got a new degree. She found a job teaching agriculture at a local high school, but that program didn't provide healthcare, so she still needed that Medicaid. Medicaid, she says, just provides such a baseline for society. It allowed me to maintain my health so that I was able to continue working. The Medicaid cuts that they are talking about will destroy Medicaid expansion. In fact, some states will automatically cancel the Medicaid expansion program when these cuts are made, meaning that people like Linda all across the country are going to lose their health care. For what? For a massive tax cut for the wealthy. Emily Grinelli is a worker at one of Connecticut's biggest behavioral health and substance abuse providers. So every day she's talking to people who rely on Medicaid so that they can get help for their mental health disorder or their substance abuse disorder. And let's be honest, we all have somebody in our life who has a serious mental illness or has struggled with substance abuse. So you know these people. She wrote me a letter talking about the fact that the conversations in their therapy groups in the last month have fundamentally changed. They're actually not doing therapy any longer for mental illness or for substance abuse. They are now doing therapy for the anxiety all these people have, knowing they're about to lose their health insurance. One case manager told me, she writes, that she was working with a client to find housing, and the client now just wants to stop looking because she feels like there is no point because she's going to lose her Medicaid. Republicans are going to strip her Medicaid from her. She won't be able to get her medication and services. She feels hopeless. A clinician told me about an hour-long session she had the day before. 75% of it was focused on the client's fear of losing her benefits and what that would mean for her and all the other clients. She shared with me that if there was a way for her to leave the country right now, she would. At this provider, 35% of their clients would likely lose access to mental illness and substance abuse services if these cuts go through. What are we doing? Why are we doing this? Why are we choosing? Why are my colleagues choosing to destroy healthcare for millions of Americans in order to pass a tax cut that basically helps corporations and billionaires and millionaires? It is fundamentally immoral. And I have to believe, like in 2017, when Republicans were trying to destroy the Affordable Care Act, which insured 20 million Americans, that there are a handful of Republicans who know that this isn't right, who maybe aren't ready to stop it today. Tonight's vote isn't the final vote, but might be willing to stand up to this thievery before it's too late. The people of this country who are getting killed by higher prices that are coming because of the tariffs and are going to be hurt by these Medicaid cuts and are going to be furious when the rich become richer at their expense. They are counting on just a small handful of my Republican colleagues to realize right from wrong. I yield the floor.
Would the Senator care to engage in a brief colloquy, and may I ask unanimous consent that we be allowed to do so?
The Senator from Rhode Island is recognized without objection.
I was here for your point about mental health and addiction recovery care. And as you will recall, you and I and others worked together to get the Comprehensive Addiction Recovery Act passed. And that was a very bipartisan effort because the scourge of the opioid epidemic fell across all Americans. And it was one of my happier and prouder moments when that bill actually got passed. And then when the Appropriations Committee came in behind the CARA bill and put funding in, but the bulk of the programs that we put together in CARA, bipartisan programs, were funded through Medicare, Medicaid. That's how you get reimbursement for those programs. And so, doesn't it seem peculiar that our colleagues on the other side who were so instrumental in pushing through that Comprehensive Addiction Recovery Act to help their constituents at home and who at the time showed so much sensitivity to the needs of people going through addiction recovery, through all of the stages from the initial detox to in-house treatment to sober living and on to medication-assisted treatment sometimes, and then recovery support. All of that seemed to bind us together. What on earth could be the madness that inspires them to tear all that down now when they built it within the last decade with us?
Thank you, Senator White House, first of all, for all the work you put into passing that legislation, which has given access to millions of people across the country who are struggling with addiction and recovery, access to services. Again, I say what I said in my underlying remarks. There's not a single member of the Senate who doesn't have a close family member or a friend who has struggled or is struggling with addiction. This is a nonpartisan, apolitical problem. Addiction doesn't care if you're left, right, Republican, or Democrat. And we did come together around funding these programs. And so it is hard to understand. It is heartbreaking that I'm telling you the story of one of Connecticut's biggest addiction treatment providers, and they are telling us that if these cuts go through, fully 1/3 of their clients will lose access to some or all of those services. And to your point in your initial speech, Senator Whitehouse, I mean, maybe I could understand if we were deciding to cut funding for addiction treatment because we had some other really important priority that helped regular people. Like if we said, you know what, there's a housing crisis in this country, right now we're going to have to borrow some money from addiction treatment in order to make sure that people get housed, or our schools are underfunded and teachers need to be paid more, and okay, it's really hard to cut funding from addiction treatment centers, but at least we'll get better education for our kids. That's not what we're doing. We're cutting funds for people struggling with addiction who get served by programs that we agree are important in order to fund a tax cut for corporations and super, super rich people. That's why this is fundamentally immoral. I would
yield on that very point. There's a doctrine or a principle that it's kind of a tedious economic term, marginal utility of money. And what it means in very plain terms is that if you make $60,000 a year, your last $1,000 of income is a big deal to you. That $1,000 makes an enormous difference in the quality of your life. You take that same $1,000 and you give it to somebody who is making $60 billion a year, they don't even know it's there. The marginal utility of that money in the billionaire's or mega millionaire's life is near zero. Near zero. And so if you're actually looking at the human side of the financial equation, are we not taking extremely important dollars that make an enormous difference in the lives of normal, regular people, scooping them up by the trillions, according to the graphs I showed, and delivering them to a crop of big corporations who already pay taxes too low, and mega millionaires and billionaires who won't even notice the money. It won't change a thing in their lives. They can still buy a $90,000 purse for their wife. They can still buy the 9th house. They can still buy the 190-foot yacht with its crew of 30 or 40 or 50 or whatever it is. Where is the benefit? We talk about this as being a transfer of wealth from the poor and the middle class to the very rich, but it's really an evaporation of wealth, because it's not going to make a difference to people who already have more money than they can spend in the rest of their lives. They couldn't spend it if they wanted to in the rest of their lives. And so this additional thing, it's more like a trophy. And it reminds me, when I was growing up, people talking about FDR, recalling his presidency, and talking about JFK while he was president, and shortly thereafter. I was alive during JFK's life. And people used to say, well, the good thing about electing those rich people is that they're too rich to steal. You don't have to worry about them. They're too rich to steal. FDR never stole a nickel, as best I can tell. JFK never stole a nickel, as best I can tell. This crop of creepy billionaires, what happened to too rich to steal, Senator Murphy?
I mean, and it's thievery masked by a bogus economic argument that says the money will eventually find its way down to everybody else. And that is not true. That has never been true. In fact, the opposite is often true. The billionaire class is sometimes referred to as sort of citizens of everywhere, right? They're global citizens. They globetrot from homes in the United States and Europe and the islands, but that's also where their money ends up going as well. It used to be that the richest guy in your community was, investing only in your community. But today, when we pad the pockets of the uber wealthy, that money either does not get spent or it ultimately gets delivered to investments that flow into economies all over the world. These tax cuts don't end up back in America. To the extent the money gets spent anywhere, it gets spent in international index funds. So the theory of the case, which has always been cover for simply delivering more and more excessive resources to the very, very wealthy, has never worked. But it works even less now when in a global international economy, the very, very wealthy have options to invest in the United States or often for higher returns, investing somewhere else.
And it looks to me, if I could reclaim my time for a moment and ask you another question, it looks to me a bit like as they're destroying Medicaid, which as you pointed out, serves a quarter of American households, and is essential in those households because it's granny's nursing home care, it's your sister's or wife's childbirth delivery in the hospital, or it's your colleague or friend or family member's opioid recovery treatment, swept away for unnecessary and unfair tax cuts to billionaires and big corporations. But then you move just beyond this immediate budget bill and you look over at Elon Musk and his little muskrats are doing to Social Security. And what they're saying about Social Security, and it looks like not only do they want to gut Medicaid through this budget reconciliation bill, but they also are trying to wreck the administration and operations of Social Security, trying to clear out the workforce that makes it work, sending their creeps in to probe into the data systems that support it. Who knows what damage has been done to the data systems or what extraction of data has been done? We don't know. They've never answered questions. They lie and say it's a Ponzi scheme. They refer to it as riddled with fraud when there's almost no fraud at all, 1% at best. So they're trying to discredit Social Security. They're trying to undermine its operations, and they're talking about an interruption in benefits. In fact, talking kindly about an interruption in benefits with the Secretary of Commerce saying, if we had an interruption in benefits, my mother, who is a Social Security recipient, wouldn't even notice. Well, yeah, she's living in her billionaire son's house. Of course she wouldn't notice, duh. But the people who would complain about losing their check, that's probably fraudsters. And so it would actually be beneficial to have an interruption benefits because that's how we could root out some of the fraud, like there is fraud. Again, feeding the lie that there is fraud. What conclusions do you reach when you see this pattern of activity targeting Social Security, even if an attack on it is not in this bill per se?
I thank Senator for the question. Listen, I read it as just a different kind of thievery. So what we're talking about here is this massive thievery from Medicaid recipients so that we can pass along this big tax break for folks that don't need it. But my sense is that the billionaire and investment and Wall Street class is really upset that there are still a few remaining government programs that they haven't gotten their hands on, that they haven't operationalized in a way to make themselves money. They've had their eyes on Social Security for decades. Yep. You remember, George Bush proposing privatizing Social Security, which is essentially just taking that big lump of money and handing it to the investment managers so that they can skim some money off the top. They also look at schools the same way, I think, Senator Whitehouse. They've been discrediting public education to the point where now they don't think the Department of Education needs to exist. And why? Why? Because they ultimately want to do the same thing for our public schools. They want to privatize our elementary schools, our middle schools, our high schools so that they can have private equity funds owning the schools, providing some form of education, but just seeing our kids as a source of profit. So you can tell me if I'm wrong about this, but my sense is that the theft happens in all sorts of different ways, sometimes in just a transfer, Medicaid recipients losing, billionaires winning, but sometimes by taking government programs and turning them, instead of something that tries to work for the common good, as a program that just gets turned into a vehicle for profit for the very, very wealthy.
Particularly when there's so much money to be made and so much flows through Social Security. If you take it over by wrecking it and then sending in your private equity friends and tech bros to get it operational again, and then let them slice off a share for themselves, by privatizing either it or its operations, you have created a massive new revenue stream for the super rich. So with that, I see that there are a few colleagues on the other side who have come over. It may be that it is their turn, so I will, Senator Murphy, are you cool to yield the floor? I will yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky.
we're gathered here to talk about the budget. We're going to be voting on a budget resolution shortly, and I'm concerned. I'm concerned that there's so much enthusiasm among conservatives and Republicans for cutting waste and cutting fraud and quit spending $2 million on sex changes in Guatemala and $3 million on girl-centric climate change in Brazil, $4.8 million on social media influencers in Ukraine. I'm excited by eliminating all of that waste. I've been calling for it for years. But I'll tell you what worries me. What worries me is that so many things in Washington are smoke and mirrors. On the one hand, it appears as if all of this great savings is happening. But on the other hand, the resolution before us will increase the debt by $5 trillion. So which is it? Are we cutting spending or are we expanding the debt? If we expand the debt at $5 trillion, that will be an expansion of the debt equal to or exceeding everything that happened in the Biden years. Now, which is it? I thought we had an election. And the other side is complaining loudly that, oh my goodness, there's going to be too much cut in spending. And our side is saying, no, no, no. And I'm looking at the numbers. The budget resolution is going to add $5 trillion over about a 2-year period. So they're going to add more than $2 trillion a year to the debt. In what world is that conservative? They say there is a difference between the parties, and yet when you look at the numbers, when you look at the fact that this budget resolution is going to borrow $5 trillion, you scratch your head and say, what's up here? Is there somebody not really being honest with us? They're going to borrow $5 trillion. And yet they'll say, well, the spending is coming down, and we've put these numbers in the budget that will reduce spending. If so, why are we borrowing $5 trillion? The reason they're going to ask the Republicans and the Democrats, but it'll be mostly Republicans voting for this debt, the reason they're asking for it is because they're anticipating that's what they'll need. They're also anticipating that, it's kind of embarrassing, really, to talk about debt. It's extremely embarrassing for Republicans who say they're conservative to be adding $5 trillion in debt and voting for it. So they don't want to do it very often. Let's try to spread it out a long time. Let's try to get through the 2026 election. Let's try to get to 2027 before we have to have this embarrassment brought back in front of us. But the embarrassment and the shame is coming much quicker. We're going to get to the end of September 30th. That's the end of the fiscal year for our federal government. And the American people at that time will be told, hopefully someone in the media notices this, that the deficit for this year will be over $2 trillion. The estimates are that there will be about $2.2 trillion. And we're going to borrow $5 trillion. Now, some would argue, yeah, but we need to give them a chance. We need to give them a chance because the spending number actually looks like they might reduce spending. But here's the problem. The spending number is lower, but this bill also adds $325 billion in new spending, $150 billion for the military-industrial complex, another $175 billion for the border, but that's new money. How much money did we spend last year? A little over $7 trillion. But that's not enough, according to all the people here on my side today that are going to vote for this budget. They want more than last year. Well, if last year was 7.1 trillion, that must mean they're going to want 300 billion more than that. But the number in the bill says no, 6.5 trillion. So they're saying, no, we're going to spend less. I say, you know what? I've seen the way this place operates, and I don't trust either party. Why? Because I've seen the deficit and the debt grow and triple since I've been here. It's $36 trillion. Now, I voted against every last penny of it. I've voted against the spending bills. I've voted to balance the budget. I've introduced budgets that balance over 5 years. But you know, the one thing that would happen, even if I had my way and I could introduce and my budget would be accepted, there'd have to be some debt accumulation. So what I'm offering today is let's accumulate some debt. Let's raise the debt ceiling. Never voted for this before, but I'm willing to vote for 3 months, about $500 billion to raise the debt ceiling. Why? Because it has to happen. Why don't I want to give them $5 trillion? Because then you're just turning your back and they're going to do whatever they always do. What does the swamp always do? Take your money, borrow money, spend and borrow. It continues unabated. But if you wanted to keep your Congress on a leash, if you wanted to have leverage, if you wanted to have leverage to say, well, what if you're not being honest with me? What if in 3 months the deficit's over 2 trillion? And what if in 3 months the spending levels aren't 6.5 trillion, but in actuality 7.4 trillion? How would we then rebuke you? How would we stop you? How would we stop the spending? Well, the way we would stop the spending is by not giving you any more borrowing. So what I'm proposing today is an amendment that will raise the debt ceiling by $500 billion. To me, that's an extraordinary amount of money, but your government spends it so darn fast that that's about 3 months worth of spending. But there's nothing conservative about raising the debt ceiling $5 trillion. It boggles the mind to try to comprehend how anyone who is self-describing themselves as conservative would vote to increase the debt by $5 trillion. It makes utterly no sense. But it also is free rein for the spenders because they've got $5 trillion they can spend. In recent years, on occasion, they haven't even put a number in there. Probably the only reason we're getting a number is because the rules of the budget require a number. But what they've been doing, both parties, they've been just saying, well, why don't we just borrow money for 2 years or 3 years? And many people argue, many on the other side of the aisle say, we shouldn't even have these votes at all. Why have a debt ceiling at all? Let's just let it spin out of control. Has anybody ever seen the debt clock? Go to the debtclock.org and watch the numbers spinning wildly out of control. Now, some will say deficits don't matter. This was the Cheney family. Dick Cheney famously said deficits don't matter. But the thing is, they really do, because you have to pay interest on the debt. We're paying about $1 trillion in interest. So the largest item in our spending now, bigger than our military, is actually the interest. Over the next 10 years, we're going to pay about $14 trillion in interest. I think it's actually probably worse than that. That's what the estimates are now, but it is literally out of control. And you say to yourself, how would we rein in spending? You have to look at everything. Every item we spend money on has to be looked at. You have to look across the board at everything. But what we have is the current administration says we're not going to look at Social Security, despite what the other side says about Social Security. Nothing's going to happen to Social Security. They're not going to fix it. They're not going to make it better. They're not going to reduce anything. Social Security is going to be untouched. So is Medicare. But then there are reports and complaints saying, well, we shouldn't touch Medicaid either. And then people say, food stamps, we can't touch food stamps. Well, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and food stamps comprise all the money that comes into our government. They're about $5 trillion worth. That's about what we pay in taxes. So the government brings in about $5 trillion and spends $7 trillion. It's about a $2 trillion overdraft. We're $2 trillion in the hole every year, and we're up to about $37 trillion total. But how would we actually get there? If you're taking off the table Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid, and food stamps, those 4 items are about $5 trillion, pretty close to it. So if you take all the entitlements off the table, what are you left with? And people love and they get excited about the terrible foreign aid. I do too. I think it's the lowest hanging fruit. It's the most egregious of the spending. It's the easiest to cut. But, I forced a vote on that 2 weeks ago, and we got no Democrat votes. In fact, I don't think there is a Democrat in Congress who will vote to cut 1 penny. I'd like to do that sometime, introduce a bill to cut a penny or to cut $1 to see if they would. Let's cut $1 from the $2 million that they spend doing sex change surgery in Guatemala with U.S. tax dollars. Will the Democrats support a bill to cut $1? Probably not. They would probably insist, even if they admitted the program was egregious or horrible or out of normalcy, they would probably insist the money be spent somewhere else. And that's sort of the debate we have over time. I have a bill called Bonuses for Cost Cutters, which says that if you are in charge of a budget for government, let's say you're in charge of $12 million at the Department of Energy. If you save $1 million, you would actually get a personal bonus for the federal employee as an incentive. When I put this forward, the main complaint that usually comes from across the aisle is they're okay with giving federal workers bonuses for saving money, but they insist that the money not go back to the Treasury. This is the big debate that's going on also. What Elon Musk has done and Doge has done is absolutely commendable, and we need more of it. The whole place is rotten and it needs to be shaken up, and we need to look for waste. But there's going to be another debate. Is that waste going to come back, and are we going to vote on it? Are we going to codify it? Or are we going to make it real by lowering our numbers? But the only way we would have any leverage on either party is by only giving them a little taste of the money. Don't give them so much money they're wallowing in it and it comes out as fast as the Federal Reserve can print it. Give them about 3 months worth. Let's see how they do in 3 months. If the spending totals that are in the bill come forward in 3 months, and those are the spending totals that Congress approves, I'd be pretty satisfied with that. In fact, I've told them the bill on large, I'm for continuing the tax cuts. I'm for keeping the tax cuts permanent. I voted for them in 2017. I'm for reducing spending, which on the surface, some of the numbers look better, but I'm just not for borrowing $5 trillion. If we're doing a good job, if we're doing a better job, why are we borrowing $5 trillion? Something doesn't add up. Something is fishy. If we're going to do such a good job, and if we have transformed government, if we are different than the other side of the aisle, and we really are for less spending and less debt, why are we borrowing more money than we've ever borrowed at one time in the history of the country? This will set a record. I believe $5 trillion will be the most that's ever been borrowed in one fell swoop. This will be a vote, and I think an ignominious one, in which professed conservatives stand up, stand forward, and vote for more debt than Congress has ever voted for at one period of time. It just disappoints me. I'm so disappointed. But I'm also disappointed because I think within a few months, when the American people see this, particularly when Republicans at home see, oh my goodness, I heard all this good news about cutting foreign aid and cutting all this crazy spending around the world, but the deficit's still $2 trillion this year. And then they're going to scratch their heads, or maybe they give the Republicans another 6 months to look, and then they're going to find that another $1 trillion has been borrowed in another 6 months. And they're going to find we're 2 years into a new Republican administration with a Republican majority in the Senate and a Republican majority in the House, and we're going to borrow $5 trillion. Something doesn't add up here. Someone needs to stand up and say something. Someone needs to give conservatives, if we have conservatives in this body, an alternative. That's what my amendment will be. My amendment will be an alternative. Instead of borrowing $5 trillion, sticking our head in the sand and saying, oh, please be nice to us and do what you promised and spend less money. No, we give them 3 months and we say, prove to us that you will, for the first time, adhere to your word. And it isn't just a couple individual people. This is the history of the institution. Occasionally, through the last several decades, there have been people come forward and they put forth rules. There was Graham-Rudman-Hollings. There were different rules that said you have to pay as you go. So if somebody brought up $300 billion in new spending, you'd have to cut $300 billion from somewhere else. But you know what's happened? These things have been evaded time and time again. Why are people like me cynical of the process? Why do people like me not believe them when they say they're going to cut spending? Because they've always gone back on their word. They exempt themselves from the rules they create. Graham-Rudman-Hollings, pay-as-you-go, would have been effective, but it's been evaded by Congress 60, 70 times now. So I say trust but verify. I say trust, accept your colleagues if they say they're really going to do this, but give them 3 months worth of borrowing. Don't give them 2 years worth of borrowing. Don't give $5 trillion. Don't put yourself on record. Today, if this is passed, or tomorrow morning early, if this is passed, Republicans who vote for this will be on record as being more fiscally liberal than their counterparts. They will vote to borrow more money than the Democrats have ever borrowed. So there really is a disconnect here. Something is not as it appears. There is a smoke and mirrors. There is this great enthusiasm across the land for what is happening, and I share that. I share President Trump's desire to balance the budget. I'm pleased with his cabinet. I'm super pleased with having Elon Musk and Doge and these young people look for waste. I'm for all of that and more. But if it's going to be reflected in something, we have to borrow less. If we're still borrowing the same amount, maybe it isn't real. Maybe we're just talking about things and we're not actually doing them. It is hard to cut spending. Everybody wants something. Everybody wants something from government. But there is no such thing as something for nothing. It has to come from somewhere. Most people know this in their daily lives. As you work, you get something for work and you feel good about yourself because you've worked for something. You can't simply just hand out money to people. You can't print up money like it grows on trees. But I can tell you there's an absolute historical record of abuse by both parties. But what saddens me in particular for Republicans is Republicans will go on record today to increase the debt more than the Democrats ever had. The new world's record for accumulation of debt, the new world record for expanding debt in our country will belong to the Republican Party with this. This is a sad day. I will vote against this bill and object to it unless we get rid of this enormous amount of borrowing. If we get rid of the $5 trillion and adopt my amendment, I'll vote for the bill. The bill would borrow, if my amendment were passed, $500 billion. Is it enough? No, we'd have to do it again. We'd come back in 3 months. But this is the idea of trust but verify. If the promises are real, and if the big spenders in both parties are doing a good job, when they come back and prove to us that they've actually done something they have never done in the past, they have changed their ways, and they're not going to keep adding massive debts year after year, then we give them another 3 months. If they do a great job, maybe we give them 6 months. But we don't give big spenders in Washington who have a terrible history with the debt, we don't give them no leash at all, no controls at all. $5 trillion here, spend it however you want. We don't do that. At least we profess not to on our side. So my amendment will give all members of the body a chance to say, do you want continued oversight of your government by looking at the debt ceiling periodically, or you just want to wash your hands? I say if we wash our hands, we speed up the demise of our country. I think now is an inflection point. The stock market in the last 2 days lost over $6 trillion. We live in perilous times, and I think the people who just keep going on their merry way saying, we'll just do the same thing, and we'll tell the people it's a little different than the other side. Maybe they'll vote for us this time. Maybe they won't. I don't think it's going to happen. I think the people are frustrated. I think the people are annoyed. And I think the people are frankly worried. The people who've been trying to save and are getting closer to retirement are looking at their retirement nest egg and saying, oh my goodness, look what's happened to us. Where are we going? Part of that message is an indictment of tariffs, that I think millions of investors think tariffs are a bad idea. But part of it's an indictment over our massive accumulation of debt. The fact that we're spending $7 trillion and bringing in $5 trillion. So I hope the body will consider my amendment, and maybe I'll be shocked. Maybe we'll get enough votes from both sides of the aisle to actually have a shorter leash and have more perspective and more concern and oversight for what our spending will do. So I recommend a yes vote on my amendment, which will change the debt ceiling from 5 trillion to 500 billion.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the remarks that have just been given by my colleague from Kentucky. I think the main message we need to hear there, and what I'm going to talk about, is that the problem we have in America is not that our taxes are too high or too low, but that our spending is too high. And Republicans today, I'm confident, will be unified in delivering, as President Trump calls it, one big, beautiful bill for the American people. But what does this bill include? The fiscal year 2025 budget resolution fulfills promises to secure America's borders, increase our national defense, unleash our energy potential, and finally start to get our house in order. I agree completely with my colleague. We have got to reduce our spending, and this bill contains a target with a minimum floor of $2 trillion in spending reduction in our federal budget. Importantly, it also lays the groundwork to make permanent and build on the 2017 Trump tax cuts so that American families can keep more of their hard-earned money to stop financing Washington's spending problem. Our conference is united in preventing an over $4 trillion tax hike on American families and businesses, and delivering additional tax relief to those who have suffered for 4 years now under inflation. We are united in making this proven tax policy permanent to provide the certainty that businesses need to make long-term investments that drive growth and stability for our families as they save and plan for the future. We're also unified in our resolve to restore fiscal sanity and know that the best way to do so isn't to tax hardworking Americans more. It is to spend less. While many tend to focus on the policy disagreements that occur, as they should in these halls, the reality is that Republicans are completely unified in delivering on President Trump's agenda, a major portion of which is to restore the economic prosperity experienced under his previous presidency. Let's just look back for a minute about the bill that we are trying to extend and make permanent now. Most Americans don't pay attention to the minutia of tax policy. But if you ask them, the majority will tell you that they'd rather keep more of their money than let the government spend it. And that's exactly what the 2017 tax cuts did. Those Trump tax cuts lowered tax rates for the overwhelming majority of Americans, simplified the tax code, and encouraged companies to do business in the United States instead of abroad. In addition to lowering rates across the board, it provided targeted tax relief to the middle-class working families by doubling the standard deduction and the child tax credit, and to small businesses by providing a new 20% deduction, enabling America's entrepreneurs to create new jobs, increase workers' wages, and reinvest in their business. The majority of the benefits from the Trump tax cuts, contrary to what you've heard all day from the other side, flowed to working middle-class families, the bottom 50% of earners receiving the largest reduction in average tax rates at 17.3%. Contrary to the claims that you've heard all day on the we made in 2017 were designed to strengthen investment, boost economic growth, increase take-home pay, reduce poverty, and make America strong. 50 years. And the lowest income workers experienced the largest wage growth. There was capital formation explosion in the United States and corporate inversions. All Americans reap the benefits of a booming economy. Extending this current proven tax policy and building on it is the best way to restore economic prosperity. In fact, we'll hear once again the politics of fear. As my Democrat colleagues claim all sorts of dire things that will happen, including that we're just going to cut taxes for the wealthy, is false now as it has been in the past. Americans should not be scared by these falsehoods. What they should be alarmed by is what my colleagues and I are committed to preventing: the largest tax hike in history that will occur if we do not extend the current Trump tax cuts. This chart shows, of all these dollars of tax relief that we are talking about, contrary to the argument that they go to the wealthy, $2.6 trillion of this tax hike goes to people in households making less than $400,000 a year. And the vast majority of that goes to people in the middle, lower, and upper middle income categories. Families of four making $80,000 will see a $1,700 tax hike if we don't extend this tax relief. 20 million small businesses will see their rates go up to 43 jobs in the long run. The President's Council of Economic Advisors just released an analysis that says that extending the Trump tax cuts combined with other pro-growth e-growth by 2.6 to 3.2%. Now, what does that mean? It means we're going to see that it will raise annual real wages by $2,100 to $3,300 per worker, time equivalent jobs from being destroyed, and facilitate $100 billion of investment in distressed communities. That analysis also projects that extending these tax cuts, together with the full suite of the Trump administration's policies, such as deregulation, which the CEA previously estimated would add 1/10 to 2/10 percentage collected future revenue. But many spending programs are assumed to be extended beyond their expiration, so the spending just continues and continues and continues unabated, which the budget rules say don't have any cost. That's what we're trying to fix today in this bill. In fact, there is $2.5 trillion in spending that is automatically extended by our budget rules over the next 10 years under a current policy baseline that they currently use. Even the Obama White House has used a current policy baseline for tax policy. They recognize that there's a difference between increasing taxes and cutting spending. In 2013, the Obama White House stated that current policy baseline is the appropriate reference point, since it measures changes relative to the status quo, rather and we need to be honest about what those tax increases would and would not do. Those who say we should let taxes go back up say, wow, then we could use it to pay down the national debt some more. The scores and numbers that we'll be discussing don't reflect that full fiscal picture. In order to have an honest discussion of what needs to be done, there's an acknowledgement that needs to be made that other factors are also at play that can generate economic growth and reductions in spending. What am I talking about? Economic growth. As I indicated in one of the charts that we just had up, the estimates from the CEA are that if we make the tax policy permanent, the confidence that will give our economy and the boost that it will give our economy in proper tax incentive policy will grow the economy by as much as $4 trillion of new revenue to the federal treasury. The president is also directing impacts in the government through his efforts and the Department of Government Efficiency to aggressively cut waste, fraud, and abuse from our government programs. Spending on federal government programs has ballooned in recent years. We have a responsibility to evaluate these spending increases and ensure that these programs work effectively and efficiently for everyone. The president has by either reducing spending or increasing revenue, and we should also take those into consideration. Congress must begin the process of restoring fiscal sanity by achieving deficit reduction and spending reforms as the best way to achieve that goal. In contrast, Imposing the largest tax increase in our country's history would be counterproductive by easing the gliding path and making it easier for more spending. We will have a very robust debate in the weeks ahead about the best way to deliver on President Trump's agenda, and I look forward to those discussions. The budget resolution unlocks the process for us to strengthen our national security, secure our borders, permanently extend the Trump tax cuts, and provide additional middle-class tax relief. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Mr. President, the Trump administration is corrupt. It is easily the single most corrupt and lawless administration in American history. And it would be exceedingly difficult to debate that simple proposition, because notwithstanding all of the whataboutism we occasionally hear, there is really no denying it. The self-dealing by unelected billionaires like Elon Musk, the presidential meme coins, the quid pro quos, the dismissal of corruption cases in exchange for help on the president's policy agenda, the dismissal of national security personnel, not on the basis of national security, but on the word of right-wing cranks, the deportation of someone to a maximum security prison in another country on the basis of a clerical error, the mass illegal firings, the reckless use of commercial apps for classified information, the scorning of court orders, the phony math to hide the deficit exploding impact of tax cuts for billionaires, the attacks on Social Security, calling it a Ponzi scheme, when people are making the attacks, those that are making the attacks are the con men who want to raid the hard-earned retirement funds belonging to our nation's seniors and veterans. The swamp is full, it is overflowing, and Donald Trump is standing right in the middle of it, up to his ears in the filth. And it is plainly obvious to anyone who is watching that the president simply doesn't care about anyone but himself. Not you, not your families, certainly not the American people. He is in it for himself. While your retirement savings are being wiped out, he's playing the back nine at his country club. Oh, caddy, would you hand me a number 6? Now the Trump administration's abundant corruption doesn't happen in a vacuum. His corrupt self-dealing doesn't just boost his own bottom line and that of his wealthy donors. It hurts everyday Americans. It hurts Californians. It hurts all of us. So let me give you some examples. Days before Donald Trump was sworn in, he took one of the most obviously corrupt actions of his political career. And that's saying quite a lot. The president took to Twitter to announce that he was launching his own cryptocurrency, a meme coin. He would maintain a vast ownership of the stock in it, but anyone in the world could buy in, from a Chinese national under indictment in the US to any sultan in the Middle East looking to buy influence, and predictably, the meme coin just skyrocketed. Well, congratulations, America. We now have our own princelings, and they are called Eric and Don Jr. Now, as it turns focused on keeping Americans safe. It should be focused on cracking down on violent criminals and addressing the fentanyl crisis. It should be hunting down fraudsters who scam Americans. But instead, they're focused on retribution, on going after Trump's enemies, on helping those who were loyal to him, and wasting countless hours and resources in the process. But also, Trump is using the DOJ now to protect his friends and allies. You don't have to look any further than the case in New York. The mayor of New York, Eric Adams, indicted on serious corruption charges, A mayor who then, seeing the writing on the wall, pursues a kind of quid pro quo with the president. He goes down to Mar-a-Lago, and the quid pro quo eventually becomes as plain as day. It is out in the open. The president's own border czar does a joint interview sitting next to the mayor on Fox and Friends on their couch to lay out the stark quid pro quo in exquisite detail. All that was left unsaid by Trump's border czar were the words "or else." The mayor would get his case dismissed, and in exchange, he would pursue the president's policy agenda when it comes to immigration. If the mayor was guilty of serious corruption, of bribery, of providing political favors to foreign nations in exchange for lavish gifts, and even the Trump DOJ doesn't deny the evidence against him, that just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter, not if he is a political ally of the president. So who does that hurt? Well, it hurts New Yorkers. It invites more corruption in the city of New York. But this trend, of course, hurts everyone. A big corporation screwing over consumers can seemingly prevent investigation or prosecution now by kissing the ring. Just takes a trip to Mar-a-Lago. A corrupt politician can continue to leverage government resources for their own gain, knowing that they may never be held accountable for their actions. You can even storm this building, and they did. You can storm right into this chamber, and they did. You can trample American democracy. You can beat police officers in the name of this president, and not only will your prosecution be dropped, but you will be pardoned and celebrated. And beyond that, the public servants who prosecuted you will be removed, replaced, or demoted. They will be purged. By using the Justice Department as a shield to protect his friends and a sword to go after his enemies, it is the American people who will lose. Now, just down the street from the DOJ, at the Food and Drug Administration, there is something less talked about, but also quite sinister going on. Elon Musk and his many companies owns one, among his many companies, owns one called Neuralink. Now, this is a company that is aiming essentially to implant computers into people's brains. Now, while I am not personally one to want a Elon-sponsored device shoved into my cerebral cortex, I do believe in responsible innovation, and I even celebrate it. But unfortunately for responsible innovation, within weeks of entering office, Elon and Doge had fired essentially the entire team at the FDA's Office of Neurological and Physical Medicine Devices. You guessed it, the office in charge of reviewing his product. Gone. That sent a pretty clear message through the agency: get on board with Elon or you're out. It feels like par for the course for Elon, but it is really unprecedented in this country. Especially damaging is the fact that this also occurs at a time when they are just massively laying off people at the FDA. Huge cuts in the folks that make sure our medicine and food are safe. Not only does that mean life-saving medicine doesn't get reviewed and deployed faster to the American people, it means that dangerous stuff gets into circulation much longer before it can be stopped. Or maybe if it just gets to slip through with a wink and a nod and a big enough contribution to the Trump meme coin. And if you thought Elon stopped at the FDA, well, I have some more news for you. Doge has pulled the exact same move at other agencies, providing oversight over him or with which he has contracts. The FAA, where Elon Musk has desires for contracts for his Starlink satellite system. The Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, where Elon's companies face a significant threat of oversight, or at least they did before he made that agency largely go away. Or NASA, where Elon's SpaceX has billions in contracts. The Pentagon, more contracts for Elon. And now FDA. You can't find more corrupt self-dealing than that. Not in our history. You may be able to find it in other countries, but until this administration, you couldn't find it here. Now, in the category of good news, I guess if you're really wealthy, there's some good news for you at the IRS. And that is Donald Trump and his buddy Elon are gutting the IRS, tearing apart the agency that ensures that rich folks pay their fair share in taxes so they can't and don't scam the system. Well, by firing thousands of IRS employees, thousands of tax collections of rich folks will never occur, and billions of dollars that could be used to help our communities will never materialize. They're gutting it so that they can say it doesn't work, and then they can gut it even further, all to reward their billionaire friends. But it's worse than that. Much like the DOJ, it seems clear the Trump team has every intent of weaponizing the IRS to go after their enemies. They can order audits against people who speak out, protect those from audits who toe the line. Those attacks won't be just on big business, but also prominent political enemies. They could come for anyone who dares to speak out. A small business that sells a product they don't like, a nonprofit that supports a cause they don't like, they get an audit. But the president's wealthy buddies, no, they do really well. But this gutting of the IRS, this tax giveaway to people by gutting the IRS, this isn't the biggest con. This isn't the biggest con, not by a long shot. Because the biggest con involves trillions of dollars. And that, of course, is the tax cut. How they pay for it and how they don't. Donald Trump, who solicited untold sums from billionaires in the form of campaign contributions and shady schemes to enrich himself, delivers in a way that those donors could hardly imagine. Massive tax cuts for the wealthiest among us, paid for by cutting Medicaid and other vital services, and by borrowing a ton of money from your kids and grandkids, sinking the nation further into debt. Tax cuts for billionaires and more. Well, if you're one of them, that's great news. That means time to buy another yacht, or maybe another vacation home, more money to invest in the stock market, and they may need to, given what the Trump tariffs are doing in the market right now. But that's what their contributions bought them, a few billion here and a few billion there. And pretty soon we're talking about serious money for these wealthy donors and large corporations. But the thing is, these tax cuts aren't free. Yeah, they're using this phony math they call the current policy baseline. It's a phony math that says if you spent $3,000 on a vacation last year, you can spend another $3,000 this year and it won't cost anything because it's the current baseline in your family. But the reality is these tax cuts aren't free. Somebody's going to pay for them. Well, it won't be the real wealthy that pay for them. Everyone else is going to pay for them. Working Americans are going to see their costs skyrocket. They're going to see their retirement accounts plummet and their Social Security and Medicaid ripped apart to give more money to billionaires. And here's the thing, they don't even pretend anymore. They are happy to admit that their multi-trillion-dollar check that they're about to write to billionaires will be paid for by everyone else. Not just in dollars, but in the programs you rely on, programs you paid into your whole life. Medicaid on the chopping block, Social Security, offices closing, phone lines unanswered. They want it to slowly die on the vine. Food assistance going the way of the dodo bird, and the list goes on and on and on. Life will get harder and harder. That is, of course, unless you're a multi-billionaire who wrote a big check to Donald Trump, which, if he doesn't bring about a global recession, just might turn out to be a pretty damn good investment. During his campaign, Donald Trump promised his wealthy donors that he'd make them even richer by cutting their taxes. He invited many of them to his inauguration. Some even got to stand on the stage with them as he was sworn in. This is who Donald Trump is for. He is for them. He is for the really, really rich. That is whom he represents. We are for you. I yield back.
Madam President.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Madam President, let me say a few words about where we are as a nation, what this budget resolution does, and why I am strongly opposed to it. Madam President, as you may know, we have more income and wealth inequality in our country today than we have ever had in the history of America. 3 people on top own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. CEOs now make about 300 times more than their workers. In other words, the very rich becoming much richer, and working families are struggling. So what does this budget resolution do to address this very serious crisis? Does it help working people? Does it help low-income people? No, not really. It actually makes income and wealth inequality much worse by providing massive tax breaks to the billionaires and the richest people in this country, driving up the national debt, and making those on top very, very happy. Madam President, in America today, the richest country in the history of the world, we have 60% of our people living paycheck to paycheck, struggling every week to put food on the table, to pay the rent, to deal with childcare, to take care with health care. Madam President, real wages, real inflation accounted for wages for the average American worker have been stagnant for the last 50 years, despite a huge increase in worker productivity. And today, all across this country, you have workers working for 11, 12, 13 bucks an hour, working for starvation wages. Some of them are actually sleeping in their cars. Now, how does this budget resolution address the crises facing working families? Well, at a time when many workers are struggling to find affordable housing, what this budget will do is cut back on housing programs, making it harder for working people to get decent housing. It will cut funding for low-income and affordable housing. So it makes life more difficult for millions of working families. Madam President, at a time when 22% of our seniors are trying to survive on less than $15,000 a year, and that's really quite shocking. It's something we don't talk about, something that we don't deal with here in Congress. Can you imagine a senior citizen trying to survive on $15,000 a year when seniors need additional health care, when seniors need to keep their homes warmer? They have all kinds of issues trying to get by on $15,000 a year. 22% of seniors are in that position. Half of seniors are trying to get by on $30,000 a year or less. So how does this legislation, this budget, help seniors? What does it do for seniors? Well, it makes it a bad situation much worse. This legislation, this budget, will make it much harder for seniors to receive the care they desperately need in nursing homes. In Vermont, and I expect in most states in this country, we have a major nursing home crisis. Nursing homes are shutting down. Harder and harder for people to get into nursing homes. Well, when you cut Medicaid by $880 billion, you're going to make it much, much harder for seniors to access nursing homes, because 2 out of 3 seniors are dependent upon Medicaid to get into nursing homes. This legislation would also cut back on nutrition programs for seniors at a time when many seniors are having a hard time affording the food that they need. And maybe worst of all, at a moment when Mr. Musk and his billionaire friends are laying off thousands of workers at the Social Security Administration, closing down Social Security offices all over the country, making it harder for people with disabilities and older people to get the benefits that they have paid into for their whole lives. This bill does nothing to address that crisis. Madam President, we right now, embarrassingly, have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. A little bit embarrassing, we're the richest country on the face of the earth. We have more income and wealth inequality than any other country. We're seeing a significant growth in the number of billionaires we have, but in terms of our kids, we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major nation. Now, how would this budget impact our children? Well, it would make a bad situation even worse by throwing millions of kids off the health care that they have. That's what happens when you cut Medicaid by hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. This budget would cut nutrition programs that 1 out of every 5 children depend upon. Amazingly, sadly, in America, a lot of kids go to school hungry, and this legislation would cut nutrition programs. Furthermore, for working families, this legislation would do nothing to address the outrageously high cost of childcare in America. And by the way, it would make devastating cuts to education, I think significantly in working class communities. Madam President, it is no secret to anybody that our current healthcare system is far and away the most expensive in the world. We spend about twice as much per capita on healthcare as almost any other nation. Most Americans understand and deal with the reality every day that our healthcare system is dysfunctional. It takes forever to get a deal with the insurance companies and get your claims processed. It is extremely cruel. A significant number of people who are struggling with cancer end up going bankrupt because they cannot afford the outrageous cost of the hospital care that they have received. So what does this budget do to address our broken and dysfunctional healthcare system? Well, hard to believe, but it makes a terrible situation even worse. By cutting Medicaid by up to $880 billion, this legislation could force as many as 36 million Americans off the health care that they currently have. Now, right now, we got 85 million Americans who are uninsured or underinsured. That number would soar. So, low-income working people don't have a lot of money. What happens when they get sick? We lose 60,000 people a year right now, despite Medicaid, who don't go to a doctor when they should because they can't afford to. This budget would make that situation much, much worse. And at a time when we have a massive crisis in primary health care, not enough doctors, not enough nurses, not enough mental health counselors, not enough primary care facilities where people can get into a doctor when they need. By cutting Medicaid, this legislation would make access to community health centers, something that I've worked on for a very long time, make it harder for people to access community health centers because community health centers are highly dependent on Medicaid for their funding. Madam President, virtually every scientist who has studied the issue has made it clear that climate change is an existential threat to our planet. And I understand that the current president of the United States thinks that it is a hoax originating in China, but that is not what 99.5% of the scientists who study the issue believe. And as we look around and see year after year becoming warmer, the last 10 years, warmest on record, when we see the terrible flooding and drought and extreme weather disturbances taking place in our country and all over the world, the American people understand that climate change is all too real and is having devastating impacts on our lives. So, what does this legislation do to address the extraordinary crisis that we face in terms of climate change? Well, hard to believe, but it makes a bad situation even worse by opening up vast swaths of public land to big oil companies so they can drill, baby, drill. And it opens up public lands to more and more oil companies. Brilliant. We face an existential threat, and this legislation makes that threat even worse. Well, it seems to me, Madam President, that instead of passing this absurd budget proposal, we should move in exactly the opposite direction that this proposal takes us. Instead of making life more difficult for the working class of our country, instead of rewarding the billionaire campaign contributors who fund many, many campaigns around here, maybe, just maybe, we should represent the needs of our constituents, the working families of this country. And one of the ways that we could do it is by raising the minimum wage to a living wage. I know that is around here a very radical idea. Imagine that. We raise the minimum wage, which is today at the federal level, $7.25 an hour. So we're going to be offering an amendment to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, $17 an hour. And maybe instead of making it harder for working families to find affordable housing, maybe, just maybe, we should build millions of units of low-income affordable housing. Maybe, just maybe, instead of making it harder for families to access childcare, we should make it easier and more affordable. And maybe instead of cutting Medicaid by $880 billion, maybe instead of doing that, we should do what virtually every other major nation on earth does. And that is understand that healthcare is a human right, that every man, woman, and child is entitled to healthcare as a human being. And we can do that by passing a Medicare for All single-payer program. The function of a healthcare system should not be to make the insurance companies and the drug companies much wealthier. It should be to provide quality healthcare in a cost-effective way to all of our people. So there you go. What we have is a budget proposal in front of us which makes bad situations much worse and does virtually nothing to protect the needs of working families. But what it does do, of course, is reward wealthy campaign contributors by providing over $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%. You know, I'm going to vote against this proposal, that's for sure. And I wish my Republican friends the best of luck when they go home, if they dare to hold town meetings and explain to their constituents why they think at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, it's a great idea to give tax breaks to billionaires and cut Medicaid and education and other programs that working families desperately need. I do wish them the very best of luck as they go forward in that way. Madam President, with that, I would yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Madam President, our country has had some pretty severe economic challenges of late. I'm not talking about the recent stock market losses, although those are quite important for someone with a 401k. I'm talking about how real Americans, average Americans, feel as if the American dream of home ownership, of buying a new car or truck, buying their child a car, affording a student loan, is just slipping out of their grasp. We saw this fear during the Biden administration when inflation was so high, the Federal Reserve increased interest rates. And as these interest rates rose, so did consumer interest rates on all sorts of things, directly impacting the ability of a family to realize the American dream. This speech is about how do we preserve that ability of Americans to achieve that dream, and how what we are doing today, tonight, in this Congress directly impacts that. Now, it may seem pretty distant to someone watching from home, but it does directly impact that. How much money the federal government borrows, how much this budget resolution leads to increased indebtedness, that sounds abstract, but it impacts your ability to buy that home, to buy that car, to attend that school. And some of the process discussions that normally wouldn't work, how does Congress do this? How does it do that? If you're not in Congress, they're actually extremely important to this discussion of how much we are going to borrow and how much we are going to enable Americans in Louisiana, the state I'm privileged to represent, and elsewhere, achieve their dream. Let me explain. As our country borrows more money, so we pass something and our debt explodes. And as our country has to borrow money to pay for that debt, it begins to compete with businesses, with individuals, with families, as they also go out and try and borrow money. Now, the federal government's always going to get the first amount, and it is going to be the others who have to pay more to compete. And paying more means you pay more for your mortgage, you pay more for your car note, you pay more for your student loan interest rate. The only way to keep this from happening is for the federal government to live within its means. I think the inflation of the last 4 years is one of the principal reasons the American people tossed Joe Biden out and they put Donald Trump back into the White House. The Biden administration did not live within its means, borrowed a lot of money, drove up interest rates. The American people couldn't afford that which they expected to be able to buy. They voted for change. Now, President Trump understands this. When he spoke to Congress last month, spoke of renewal of the American dream. And in that speech about renewing the American dream, he spoke about having a balanced budget. He understands, he desires, he sees the connection between living within our means and making it good for fellow Americans. And by the way, I agree with him. I agree that balancing the federal budget is key to preserving that dream. So why is this important now? Our country, right now, not tomorrow, right now, is $36 trillion in debt, 36 trillion with a T. And if we do nothing, if all we do is status quo, continue on the path we're on, it is estimated we will add $21 trillion to that indebtedness over the next 10 years. Now, what about today? We're going to vote on a budget resolution tonight. If we vote on that budget resolution and it leads to a reconciliation bill which is not paid for, we will add another $5 to $11 trillion. On top of that, 36 trillion plus 21 trillion, we could end up with 65 to almost $70 trillion of indebtedness 10 years from now if we don't do that right. I'm a doctor. I'm going to borrow a term from medicine. I'm going to adapt it, if you will. That would be congressional malpractice. We do not want to be guilty of congressional malpractice. Now, at some point, the problem begins to build upon itself. Currently, a fifth of tax revenue is used to pay interest on the debt. 20% of all the money the federal government gets is right now being used to pay interest on the debt. That is more than we spend on national defense. I'm going to repeat that one. Right now, we're paying more, paying back people who lent us money than we're paying to protect our country and to pay the troops who are doing so. There's a historian, Niall Ferguson, who says that when a country is spending more on debt service than on defending itself, that is the mark of a country in decline. Current Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent made a similar point in a Fox News op-ed. He wrote that, quote, America's next security crisis is lurking in our pocketbooks, that our escalating debt crisis hurts national security in three key ways. It diminishes our financial surge capacity. It robs our private sector of capital for productive investment, and it imperils America's preeminent role in international financial markets. Well, Scott Bessent is now Secretary Bessent, and he is right. The debt is a threat to our national security and to the economic security of the American family. By the way, families know this. You might be in Caddo Parish, Louisiana, you might be in Covington, Louisiana, but they've learned to live within their means, and we should learn something from those Louisiana families. So let's discuss the budget resolution before us. Now, to be sure, this resolution only sets up a discussion of a reconciliation bill. And the reconciliation bill is where we actually establish how much is spent and where it should be spent. Nevertheless, this budget resolution points in a direction and establishes certain parameters. Now, at this point, I'm going to discuss a little bit about process. And there's been a lot of debate in Washington about using current policy versus current law as baseline in this budget resolution. Now, current policy has never been used as baseline involving this much money and in a reconciliation bill. And I'm going to show a chart here. In this chart, this is the years over here. This is 2025 going all the way out to 2055. And this is how much our debt is as a percent of our tax revenue. And you can see that if this is what the Congressional Budget Office says is our current trajectory, that in 2055, we'll have a debt to GDP ratio of about 156%. That under what we're looking at could increase that to 211 to 230%. So this is the trajectory on, which is not great. But if all we do is what we're doing today without any effort to offset it, we would increase this 210 to 230%. Now, somewhere around 174%, the economists say we're in trouble. To borrow a gastroenterological term, I'm a gastroenterologist, we're in deep doo-doo. And in that is what we have to worry about. Now, I've discussed this extensively with my Senate colleagues. I'm pleased to say there is a commitment from President Trump and the White House to work with senators to go through the budget line by line to see where there can be savings. The White House and Congress have committed to working together to decrease the regulatory hassle that keeps a business from starting a new venture, to create more jobs, to hire more people, to give them better salaries. Let's cut that red tape and allow those businesses and those workers to achieve their potential. And doing so increases revenue. When people are making more money, they pay more taxes. Clearly, the president's working hard now to make the government work more efficiently, again, which saves us money. I have been assured that there is a commitment in other ways to pay for the eventual reconciliation bill. Now, I am not saying that I think that it is better that we use current policy as baseline. It's never been done before in a setting like this. I think it establishes a dangerous precedent. It might be within the rules to do so, but it doesn't mean it's wise to do so. And as a conservative, I know sometimes that even if you can open Pandora's box, it's better not to. Put differently, just because you can doesn't mean you should. But it appears we're going to do that. Also, using current policy as baseline should not suggest to us that the current tax code is perfect. I would say far from it. According to publicly available information, Jeff Bezos, the second richest man in the world, got a child tax credit several years ago. Now, tax credits for children are supposed to go to middle income and lower income families, not to the second richest man in the world. I hope as we go through this, we can modify that. Let the dollars go where they're needed, not to someone who is obviously wealthier than any of us put together. All that said, this vote's not taking place in a vacuum. It's taking place when the stock market has had 2 successive days of greater than 1,500 points decline. This kind of crashing stock market creates uncertainty, which makes companies less likely to invest, which makes it less likely that new jobs will be created. And creating new, good-paying jobs is essential to that individual, that family enjoying the American dream. Upon consideration, and given the commitment from leadership, I would say that not passing this budget resolution could increase the uncertainty in the economy, and that is something I do not wish to do. And given the commitment from leadership to pay for this bill by a variety of mechanisms, whether it is from within the reconciliation vehicle or outside of that process, and once more, the need to reestablish confidence among those creating jobs, I will vote for this budget resolution. And as we move on from this budget resolution to the reconciliation bill, I will look to make sure that we are truly paying for it and addressing the national debt. And to that end, let me kind of mention something as an aside. No, not as an aside, as directly impacting this conversation. I encourage the use of America's abundance as a way to increase the possibility of Americans achieving the American dream, and as a way to also help pay for the government we now have. One example, I applaud President Trump for advocating greater exploration of oil and gas on federal lands. This creates great paying jobs. It is a tax base for communities, and it generates significant revenue for the federal government. Not by raising taxes, and it doesn't cut benefits, but by exploiting, if you will, in a positive way, the resources we have to produce that which is essential to living a modern life. I have also proposed in other settings other solutions that can address our nation's indebtedness without raising taxes or cutting benefits. Again, I've spoken to these in the past. I will speak to them in the future. I want America to be great for all Americans, that we can all live to the limits of our God-given gifts. Creating opportunity is part of this. My hope, my expectation is that through this process we are currently in, we will create more opportunity for every American to express his or her God-given gifts and to achieve the American dream. With that, I yield.
Madam President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Madam President, are we in a quorum?
We are not.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Social Security is under attack. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Doge are revving up their chainsaw and coming after America's earned Social Security benefits. They are cutting staff, slashing services, closing offices, and lying about the program. 10 days from now, the Doge chainsaw is threatening to cut phone services at the Social Security Administration, cutting the phone services at the Social Security Administration, jeopardizing benefits that seniors earned through a lifetime of work. In 2023, do you know how many people died waiting for their Social Security benefits? 30,000 Americans. What do we think now about doing away with 1-800 phone service? And what will that do to wait times that are already too long? Yesterday, I just decided to get on and to dial 1-800 and just see how long it would take for a United States senator to be able to connect with the Social Security Administration. It was a half hour, it was an hour, and then they just said, there's at least a 2-hour wait. Well, for grandma and grandpa, we just don't want them waiting a couple of hours or more in order to get the information they need about, for most of them or a lot of them, the only check in their life, the only thing that keeps them with the capacity to be able to pay for the groceries, the rent, or even for the phone service. But at the Social Security Administration, over the last 8 weeks, it's now 1-800, dial the number, and then just wait. So the administration is then forcing people to, instead of being able to use the phone, they're saying, get online, grandma. And then grandma is saying, oh, you know what? I forgot to take that computer course 30 years ago, and I'm 88 now. But they're saying, you got to learn how to go online, grandma. Well, no Social Security benefits because we're cutting off the phone service. Or drive. Just get out there in the car. And some of the Social Security offices are a couple 100 miles away from people. But that's the plan. We're 10 days away from that being put into place. And that's even if the field office is still open for Social Security, because they're planning on cutting the field offices as well, just for people to be able to access their earned benefits. And why is this happening? Well, because of the lie that Social Security is rife with fraud. That is a lie just like claims of fraud made by President Trump when he said someone was listed in the Social Security system at age 360. So let me say that again. He claimed someone was 360 years old, older not just than the entire Social Security program, but older than the United States of America, because that person would have had to have been born in 1659. But yet Trump and Musk are lying in order to undermine, in order to discredit the entire Social Security infrastructure in our country. Now, a federal judge called Doge's fraud-finding mission at the Social Security Administration, quote, and they called it a fishing expedition based on little more than suspicion with no evidence at all that had been presented by the Trump administration that there was massive fraud inside the Social Security Administration. And we heard him at the State of the Union address as he's up there talking about people 200 years old, 300 years old, and it turns out that none of it was true. Trump was using the State of the Union address just to lie to the American people about Social Security. Now, why would he do that? Why would he lie to seniors in our country? Why would he lie to people with disabilities? Because, very simply, the Republican Party from 1935 on opposed the Social Security system from being put into place in the first place.
They harbor an ancient animosity towards Social Security. They actually didn't support putting Medicare on the books. They harbor an ancient animosity towards all of these programs. And now they feel that their time has come to undermine, to discredit. And instead of giving Americans a level playing field, the administration is hurling curveballs at grandma, curveballs at grandpa, and we're already seeing the effects on Social Security benefits. Recently, a young woman contacted my office because her disability case, which had already been delayed by previous Social Security cuts, is now halted. Halted. Woman with disabilities. This woman was homeless, had a young child to care for while she struggled to afford a place to live without benefits. And my office is contacted on a daily basis by people just like that, by senior citizens who are terrified that they will lose the earned benefits they rely on to eat and to keep a roof over their heads. So instead of helping millions of Americans navigate life's transitions, this administration is implementing a roadmap to ruin for the Social Security Administration. And what's that roadmap? Very simple. First, lie about fraud in the program with no evidence to undermine the public confidence in the Social Security system. Second, use those lies as an excuse to hollow out Social Security and to cut benefits. And third, raise the retirement age and privatize Social Security, handing your benefits over to Wall Street, making the billionaires richer and our seniors poorer. Can you imagine if the Republican playbook had been put in place during the George W. Bush administration, which was to put all of this money out into the market? There would be seniors all across our nation having a Pepto-Bismol moment in the marketplace. One